Chapter 2298. Song Qingshu remembered what Zhao Min had told him. The Hongjiara clan had given birth to a daughter as their empress and a son, Princess Shang. The previous head of the Hongjiara clan, Dekshuekan, was Temujin's father-in-law. Dekshuekan had 3 sons, Zakhen, Huahu, and Bian. He also had a daughter, Borte, who was Temujin's empress. Dekshuekan had already passed away, and the current head of the Hongjiara clan was Zakhen. His youngest daughter was married to Kublai as the princess consort Chabi. In addition, he had 3 sons, Okan, Nachan, and Sur Huadu, all of whom held high positions in the court. These brothers were either Wanhu or Qianhu, and could be said to be people with real power. Among them, Nachan was the one that Song Qingshu had run into last time, who had been pestering Zhao Min. This was also why he remembered so much about this clan. The Mongolians were too casual with their names. Not only were they awkward to pronounce, but they were also very similar. If one did not pay attention, it would be easy to confuse them. As far as I know, wasn't Princess Huajin betrothed to the Golden Blade consort? Why would she be betrothed to Okan now? Song Qingshu asked. At the same time, he complained that the Mongolians did not seem to care about seniority at all. Chabi was Thor's daughter-in-law, and now Chabi's brother was going to marry Thor's sister? However, Zhao Min had mentioned something similar before. There were many such things in Mongolia, so it was not a big deal. High Mansion replied, "Didn't the Golden Knife Prince consort break his engagement and betrayed the Mongols?" The Great Khan was furious because of this, and Huajing has always been depressed. Over the years, she has rejected many marriages and has always been single. She is now in her 30s, and in our world, she is already an old lady. Song Qingshu nodded in agreement. Although in the eyes of future generations, women in their early 30s were considered to be the golden age, in ancient times, women generally got married at an early age. Women on the Mongolian grassland married at an even younger age. It was shocking that Huajing was still unmarried in her 30s. Hai Wanshan continued, "The Khan has always been dissatisfied with her choice. At the same time, he doesn't want his daughter to be immersed in the past, so he's been looking for a husband for her. However, he hasn't found a suitable candidate and Princess Huajing is against it, so it's been left unsettled. But some time ago, Wachen's first wife passed away. The Khan feels that the two of them are just right for each other. The Hongjiara family has a tradition of giving birth to a prince, and Huajing is a good match." Just now, Princess mentioned a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. What did you mean? Song Qingshu thought. Didn't Huajing take Guojing away last time? How can she agree to marry someone else when she sees her former lover again? Hai Wanshan revealed a mysterious smile. It's interesting because the Golden Saber's son-in-law is back. Song Qingshu thought, I finally got some news about Guojing. I wonder if he has recovered from his injuries. Hai Wanshan continued, but Princess Huajing has been hiding this from others. I'm afraid only a few people know that the Golden Saber's son-in-law is in Helen City. Why? Song Qingshu thought, no wonder I didn't hear any news about Guojing when I came to Helen City. I thought I didn't investigate enough. It turns out that someone is hiding the truth. Because the Golden Saber's son-in-law defended Xiangyang City and fought against our Mongolian army for many years. Who knows how many Mongolian soldiers and experts' blood his hands are stained with. Now, those who were friends with the Golden Saber's son-in-law have long passed away. The remaining people have no friendship with him, only hatred. Many of them want to kill him as soon as possible. Even the Great Khan has long wanted to kill him. So, Princess Huajing has been hiding the news of the Golden Saber's son-in-law. She is afraid that others will find out and kill him. I only found out by chance. Song Qingshu said tentatively, as far as I know, the Golden Saber's son-in-law died in the Southern Song Dynasty's northern expedition against the Jin Kingdom. Why is he in Helen City? Hai Wanli answered, as far as I know, The Golden Sabre's son-in-law was seriously injured during the northern expedition. It seems that someone rescued him. Then, Princess Huajing happened to pass by and brought him back to recover. Speaking of which, he was seriously injured. It took him so long to recover, and this is based on the premise that he has a good physique. If it were someone else, I'm afraid they would have died after suffering such a serious injury. Song Qingshu was delighted. It seemed that Guojing was indeed safe and sound. He asked, "But as far as I know, the Golden Sabre's son-in-law is dedicated to the Southern Song dynasty. His wife and daughter are also there. Since he has recovered, why hasn't he gone south?" Hai Wanli shook his head. "I don't know either. But I think all men are the same. How can a wife at home compare to a lover outside? No matter how beautiful your wife is, after being together for so many years, she can't compare to a lover who is slightly less good-looking. Moreover, Princess Huajing is not bad-looking. Ever since she was rescued, Guojing has been staying in Huajing's tent. A man and a woman are intimate with each other all day long. It's no surprise that something happened." "That's true," Song Qingshu agreed, but in his heart, he was thinking that if it was someone else, it would be the same. But with Guojing's character, it was unlikely that he would do such a thing. There must be some unknown reason. "But what does this have to do with Princess's plan? What do you want me to do?" Hai Wanli smiled. "I'll inform you when the time comes. I'm just letting you know in advance so that you can be prepared so that you won't be caught off guard." Song Qingshu said in a deep voice, "You don't seem to have a cooperative attitude." He was very curious about the other party's plan. Hai Wanli waved his finger. "I hope Mr. can forgive me. This matter is of great importance. If I say it in advance, I'm afraid it won't be effective." Song Qingshu snorted. "Then I'll say the ugly words first. If you find me when the time comes, I may not help." Hai Wanli walked up behind him and rested his arm lightly on his shoulder. "Don't worry, I won't make things difficult for you when the time comes." Song Qingshu couldn't help but admire this woman. She was so beautiful, and she was good at making use of the advantages of a woman. The key was that she always stopped when she went too far. She didn't make people feel disgusted, but only evoked endless wild and fanciful thoughts. She was really a stunner. He felt pity for her husband, who died too early. After chatting for a while, Song Qingshu left the room. Seeing Wind Maiden waiting for him at the door, he couldn't help but ask, "Are you still following me?" Wind Maiden smiled. "Who else would I follow if not Master?" Song Qingshu felt a headache coming on. Usually, with Wind Maiden following him, it was really inconvenient for him to go anywhere. But if Wind Maiden suddenly disappeared, Temujin and the others would probably be suspicious. "If you want to follow me, then follow me," Song Qingshu said lightly, his mind constantly thinking about what Hai Wanli's plan was and whether or not it would endanger Guojing's safety. When it came to Guojing, he felt both admiration and guilt, which was why he had risked his life to save him every time. But after saving him so many times, the guilt in his heart had not lessened, and he had always been tormented. "Who on earth are you? I grew up by Master's side, but it's still hard for me to see through you. I can only rely on trickery to find out." Wind Maiden circled around him curiously. Song Qingshu said in a low voice, "Don't say such things in the future. Otherwise, if someone hears you, we'll be in big trouble. I'm sure I can run away, but your kung fu isn't enough in Helen City." "I'm really curious." Wind Maiden blinked, but still lowered her voice. "My master has never left this water moon katana. For Dongying Samurai, as long as the katana is there, the person is there. Without the katana, the person is dead." "Is he already dead?" Song Qingshu asked calmly. "What? You want to avenge him?" Wind Maiden pursed her lips. "Who would avenge that bastard and use us as a shield in times of crisis?" Song Qingshu snorted. "In the Imperial Palace you said that he raised you." Wind Maiden said disapprovingly, "I've done so many missions for him over the years and killed so many people. I've long since repaid his kindness. Chapter 2299. The Wind Lady opened her mouth wide. She instinctively wanted to dodge, but it was as if her body had been frozen by the other party's killing intent. Before she could react, the cold gleam had already reached her eyes. It's over. Her mind was blank. She did not think that the man beside her would save her. After all, she knew that he was not from the true Water Moon sect. Using someone else to kill her would be the best solution. She closed her eyes, but she did not feel the pain she expected. Instead, she felt her entire body being pulled behind her. She opened her eyes in curiosity and saw that the person was standing in front of her like a tall mountain. He held the Water Moon blade in his other hand, and it clashed with the cold gleam dozens of times. Just now, she only saw a vast expanse of whiteness in front of her. Only now did she have the opportunity to see the figure of the person who came. She saw a person wrapped in black holding a thin and long sword, attacking her like a storm. As a ninja, she had carried out many assassination missions in the past, but compared to the person in front of her, her previous missions were not even worth mentioning. His sword technique was too terrifying. It might not be the most brilliant sword technique, but every single one of his moves was a killing technique. However, such a terrifying sword technique was still blocked by the person in front of her. Looking at the way he used the Water Moon blade, the Wind Lady had a vague feeling that the person in front of her was her master. After a series of rapid and sharp sounds of swords clashing, the black figure jumped 10 feet away and gave Song Qingshu a deep look. Today is just a warning. Don't even think about killing Haishen in the future. After he finished speaking, he jumped over the wall and disappeared without a trace. Song Qingshu could not help but laugh. You can't even defeat me, so why are you boasting here? He had already recognized the person. It was the shadow assassin, Yang Xuyan, whom he had fought on the plains last time. As expected of a famous assassin in the world. Even so many Mongolian cavaliers had not been able to catch up to him. Don't even think about killing Haishen. Song Qingshu thought about the words the man left behind. He had been a little confused before. From Zhao Min's information, Yang Xuyan's omniscient sect should belong to the Thor faction. Why would they come to assassinate Su Liaowu? Now, he finally understood. He had probably fallen for Haishen. He did not expect this guy to be a romantic. The love between him and Dong Shunyi in Twin of Tang was already sad. He did not expect another indecent love to appear in this world. Thank you. At this moment, the Wind Lady's timid voice pulled him back from his thoughts. Call me master. Song Qingshu snorted with a stern face. The Wind Maiden was startled at first, then she smiled sweetly. Yes, master. Back at his residence, Red Sun Dharma King's men had already left. Looking at the night sky outside the window, Song Qingshu decided to talk to Zhao Min about what happened today so that she wouldn't be worried. Wind Lady was standing at the door. What's the matter? Song Qingshu asked. The Wind Lady pursed her lips and looked at him with watery eyes. It's cold in Helen, so I've come to warm your bed. Song Qingshu frowned. You don't have to do this. Saving you was just a matter of convenience. The Wind Lady sighed. Maybe it was just a matter of convenience for you, but for me, it's the same as giving me a new lease on life. You should know that when Xingqing Manor was in danger, even someone as close as Master would throw me out as a shield. You're not related to me, but you're willing to save me. Song Qingshu was not moved. He said calmly, Don't tell me that a ninja like you will be moved by something like this. The Wind Lady replied, If it was before, I might not be moved by this. But I've been through too much recently. I've been through ups and downs, and I've been through the ups and downs of the world. I treasure your kindness. Don't worry, I don't need you to take responsibility for me. I just need to be your maid. Song Qingshu smiled. You don't even know who I am. Isn't that too careless? Your martial arts are good enough, and your heart is kind enough. That's enough. The Wind Lady was still looking up at him. Song Qingshu was stunned for a moment, but he still said, "I'm going out. You don't have to warm my bed." The Wind Lady bit her lip and said, "I'll wait for you in bed." Song Qingshu shook his head. "There's no need. I won't be back tonight." "Master, you're mistaken. I'm staying here mainly in case someone comes looking for you. I can help you deal with it." The Wind Lady's lips curled up into a smile. Song Qingshu thought about it and agreed. Now that he was in the enemy's camp, he needed someone to cover for him. "Then I'll thank you." He came out of the house and used the moonlight to climb over Zhao Min's room. Seeing him, Zhao Min let out a sigh of relief. "You're finally here. I thought something happened to you again." "Again?" Song Qingshu noticed the meaning in her words. Zhao Min explained, "Nachan came by during the day. I learned from him that you were suspected to be the murderer of the Red Sun Dharmaraja, but it seems that you've been cleared of suspicion. Why does that kid come to your place every day?" Song Qingshu couldn't help but feel a little jealous. Zhao Min moved closer to him with a smile. "What, are you jealous? I'm the #1 beauty in Mongolia. I have many admirers." Song Qingshu was so angry that he pulled her into his arms and pinched her a few times until she begged for mercy. "Nachan's family will probably be in trouble soon." "What do you mean?" Zhao Min's cheeks were red, and her eyes were filled with anger and embarrassment. Song Qingshu briefly told her about Hai Wanli's visit. "Unfortunately, I don't know what she's planning." Zhao Min thought for a while and shook her head. "I don't have enough information. I can't tell." Then, she smiled teasingly. "What does Hai Wanli look like?" Song Qingshu subconsciously nodded as the image of her body wrapped in soft silk appeared in his mind. "She is indeed a very charming woman." Zhao Min snorted. "I told you before, my title as the #1 beauty in Mongolia is also a coincidence. There are a few people who are not inferior to me in terms of appearance and status, and Hai Wanli is one of them." Song Qingshu kissed her smooth cheek. "Although she's beautiful, she's still not as good as you." "Tsk, you don't mean it. When you mentioned her just now, your body's reaction couldn't lie to me." Zhao Min sat in his arms and rolled her eyes at him. "Really? It should be the reaction of hugging you." Song Qingshu smiled awkwardly. "You don't have to explain to me. I don't mind. And to a certain extent I also hope that you can deal with Hai Wanli." Zhao Min's eyes sparkled. "If you can cooperate with Hai Wanli, it's equivalent to combining the power of Ajadai. That way, things will be much easier. Unfortunately, you're now a member of the Shueiwa sect. With his appearance, I'm afraid it'll be very difficult for him to conquer that coquettish but proud woman." Zhao Min shook her head regretfully. "Why don't you find a chance to approach her with your original appearance?" Song Qingshu looked at her strangely, but he soon understood. This was the difference between Zhao Min and other women. Perhaps other women would struggle with jealousy and so on, but because she was born in the royal family, she saw things from a completely different perspective from ordinary women. Of course, if she met Zhou Zhiruo, she would instantly break down. "Forget it. We'll think about conquering Hai Wanli at length. You should go to Huazheng and investigate first. See what Hai Wanli is planning," Zhao Min said. Song Qingshu nodded. He indeed had to investigate first. Otherwise, if something happened to Guojing, his conscience would be tormented for the rest of his life. Chapter 2300. Song Qingshu felt a headache coming on. What the hell was this? In broad daylight, he looked up and remembered that it was already night. In ancient times, people didn't have TV or mobile phones at night. What else could they do other than peeping? If it was a few years ago, Song Qingshu might have been interested in peeping. But now he was not in the mood. He shook his head and continued to look for Huazheng's room. But soon he came back with a strange expression. This was Huazheng's room. He had seen Huazheng several times before and remembered her haggard look. He knew that she was hurt because of Guojing and subconsciously thought that she only cared about Guojing. But now he found that she was having a good time. For some reason, Song Qingshu was very upset. It had nothing to do with him, but he felt sorry for Guojing. But in the end, Guojing abandoned her first. She had no obligation to Guojing. She was free to do whatever she wanted. He decided to come back another time. But after a while, he came back again. Let's take a look. What if the person inside isn't Huajing? If that's the case, we'll misunderstand her. It'll be a sin if we speak ill of her in front of Guojing. Song Qingshu pried open a gap and looked inside. Song Qingshu frowned. In order to avoid a melodramatic drama, he had found so many excuses for her. Who knew that it was not a misunderstanding? He was about to leave when his body suddenly trembled. He saw the man's face clearly. He had square eyes and a wide nose. He had a natural sense of righteousness. Who else could it be but Guojing? Song Qingshu was instantly thrown into disarray. What the hell was going on? But on second thought, Guojing and Huajing were childhood sweethearts. This time when his life was hanging by a thread, he was saved by her. She took care of him without caring for him and cured his serious injury. Anyone would be touched by her kindness. What's more, according to the information from the Lost Sea, Guojing had been living in Huajing's big tent. A man and a woman living together in a room. They had been intimate for a long time. But if Ronger knew all this, would she be sad? Song Qingshu shook his head and decided not to tell Huang Rong what had happened today. Guojing and Huajing were in love with each other, so there was no need for him to be a villain. I'll catch up with them another day. Song Qingshu took a few glances and his heart started beating faster. He decided to leave first. However, halfway there, Song Qingshu suddenly stopped. He realized a problem. If he had been in that situation, he would not have rejected Huajing. However, Guojing was an honest gentleman. How could he succumb to a woman's temptation like himself? How could he do such a thing with Huajing when he knew that there would be no result? Song Qingshu suddenly thought of something. When they were playing the Zhenlong chess game, revered Ming seemed to have inquired about Guojing's whereabouts as well. Then, he didn't attend the important event of Xixia's groom selection. Could it be that he went to Mongolia to look for Guojing? Song Qingshu thought of the evil method of possession at the 7th level of the Heaven and Earth Great Shift. A terrible conjecture appeared in his mind. Venerated Ming's possession of Zhang Wuji was perfect, but he was injured by Ah Qing's innate sword qi and could not get rid of it completely. Later, he was tricked by Song Qingshu on the Blackwood Cliff to practice the modified version of the absorbing stars technique. Now he could not even be a man. He must have realized the condition of his body and was ready to find a new host. Jiuzhou Chinese, he would not be interested in ordinary people. The host must be someone with high kung fu. But it was difficult to possess someone with high kung fu. Guojing was injured and could not resist, so he was the best candidate. He thought that venerated Ming might have possessed Guojing and used his body to attack Huajing. Huajing was already in love with him and had been conquered by him without knowing the situation. The more he thought about it, the more frightened he became. Song Qingshu could not wait any longer and hurried back to Huajing's mansion. He found a Mongolian warrior at the door reporting something. Princess, Elder Wu's son requests an audience. What is he doing here? Huajing's tone was obviously impatient. But after a while she said, "Tell him to wait, I'll be right out." Then came the rustling sound of clothes being put on. Not long after, she tidied up her clothes and walked out. Her face was still flushed from the passion just now, making her slightly handsome face look a little more feminine. Elder Wu's son? Song Qingshu was puzzled. He had a deep impression of this elder with strong spiritual power and knew that he had a high status in Mongolia. Why would he come to Huajing in the middle of the night? Could it be that Temujin already knew that Guojing was here? After a moment's hesitation, Song Qingshu decided to first find out why Elder Wu's son had come. It would not be too late to check on Guojing later. In the living room, An old man in a white robe was leisurely drinking tea. Song Qingshu held his breath and hid outside the window. The old man's spiritual power was too strong, and Song Qingshu did not dare to be careless. When Huajing came in, Elder Wu Sun gave her a meaningful look. "It seems that I have disturbed the princess's good time." Huajing rolled her eyes. "You didn't come looking for me so late at night just to make fun of me, did you?" The princess's temperament is indeed like that of the Khan. "In that case, I will not beat around the bush." Elder Wu Sun stopped smiling. "The princess promised me 30 beauties from the Balmati tribe. Where are they?" Among all the tribes of the steppe, the Honggyra tribe was the most prolific in producing beauties. However, this tribe had a marriage alliance with the royal family, and all the women were to become the future empress or princess. Other than the Honggyra tribe, the Balmati tribe was the most famous for their beauties. Outside the window, Song Qingshu had a strange expression on his face. He did not expect this old man to be so lecherous at his age. Thinking back to the way he looked at the wind girls in the palace, he was not surprised. What was surprising was that he wanted 30 beauties in one go. Could his body handle it? He would not accidentally die on the belly of a woman. Huajing frowned. "Don't worry, I will not forget what I promised you. However, it is not easy to gather 30 beauties. I still need time." "Princess, you are not just brushing me off, are you?" Elder Wu Sun asked in a low voice. "The Balmati tribe is in your fief." Huajing answered, "You know that the Balmati tribe is only under my jurisdiction in name. They are not my direct subordinates. I need time to gather enough benefits to exchange with them. Then this old man will wait and see." Elder Wu Sun suddenly stopped when he reached the door. He said with a smile that was not a smile, "I hope that princess will not play tricks on me. You should know that although this old man sealed the memories of the Golden Knife Prince consort, this seal is not permanent." Leaving behind this threat, Elder Wu Sun laughed and left, leaving Huajing alone with an uncertain expression. Chapter 2301. Song Qingshu hesitated for a moment, then quietly followed behind old man Wu Sunday. From the first time they met, he was a little afraid of this guy with extraordinary mental strength. He always felt that this guy was a threat to him, but the last few times he met him, he was always with Temujin and other masters, so Song Qingshu did not know where to start. Now that he finally met him alone, how could he let go of such an opportunity? Perhaps because he had made a shady deal with Huajing, this time he came alone, without even a follower. His white robe was particularly eye-catching in the dark, but for some reason, the passers-by on the road turned a blind eye to him, as if he did not even exist. Unknowingly controlling the minds of the people around him? Song Qingshu was shocked. This kind of control was really shocking. Even he could not hypnotize so many people at the same time. Looking at his slightly thin back, Song Qingshu could not help but be curious. With this kind of body, he actually wanted 30 beauties in one go. Would he be able to handle it? "Your Excellency has followed me for so long, it's time for you to come out and meet me." Old man Wu Sun turned left and right and finally stopped in a remote alley. As expected of the great shaman, to be able to detect my presence. Song Qingshu walked out of the shadows. He was not dressed like a member of the Shuiwei clan, nor did he reveal his face. "Who are you?" Old man Wu Sun looked at the masked man in front of him with some vigilance. This person's aura was very unfamiliar, and should not be someone he met often. "Who I am is not important. What is important is what shameful things you have done." Song Qingshu suddenly thought of something and decided to trick him. "Why did you kill Red Sun Dharma King? What nonsense are you talking about?" Old man Wu Sun frowned and suddenly thought of something. He asked with some uncertainty, "Are you one of the Great Khan's men investigating the death of Red Sun Dharma King?" Song Qingshu secretly laughed, but on the surface, he replied seriously, "Since you know I am one of the Great Khan's men, why don't you tell me the truth?" Old man Wu Sun burst into laughter. What a joke! Even the great Khan would not speak to me like this. Where did this scoundrel come from? How dare he pretend to be the great Khan's envoy? Song Qinshu said coldly, "Don't tell me you want to kill me to silence me because I've discovered your deal with the princess. You know everything?" Old man Wu's son looked at him in bewilderment. He had thought that he was an impostor, but now that he heard this, he was not so sure. Song Qinshu was about to speak, but he suddenly felt a chill in his heart. He felt as if he had lost control of his body. Old man Wu's son sneered, "This old man doesn't care if you are the real emissary of the great Khan or not. Since you saw something you shouldn't have, then die." With that said, he flicked his sleeve and shot out a concealed weapon. Just as it was about to hit, Wu knew that the person would suddenly move to the side, dodging the hidden weapon. Song Qinshu sighed. "You want to take my life with just this little ability?" Although he spoke casually, he was actually breaking out in a cold sweat. Just now, his opponent was able to freeze his body in an instant. Although he was able to quickly break free, if he had not known about this move from the beginning and the other side had a few helpers, wouldn't he have died? "You can actually move?" Old man Wu's son was obviously very surprised. His incomparably vast spiritual energy could be said to be invincible. Many times, he did not even need to make a move. With a blink of an eye, he could kill the other party. Because of this, the various Mongolian tribes believed that he was someone who could communicate with the gods in their dreams. Dog Song Qinshu was worried that old man Wu's son had other tricks up his sleeves and did not dare to be careless. With a flash, he reached out to grab old man Wu's son's neck. Other than not using his Grandmaster cultivation to avoid being detected by Temujin, Tong Tian, and the others, Song Qinshu did not hold back. However, the sensation of touching old man Wu's son's neck did not come. Instead, he grabbed directly into the wall. Song Qinshu was surprised to find that old man Wu's son was still 10 feet away from him. At the same time, the surrounding walls and trees began to slide. Old man Wu's son's figure quickly disappeared, and Song Qinshu found himself among the mud walls, trees, and weeds. Looking at the dense obstacles around him, he felt as if he was in a maze. Song Qinshu quickly regained his composure. He did not believe that old man Wu's son had the ability to move mountains and fill the seas. Everything in front of him should be an illusion. He had already been extremely careful, so why was he still affected by the other party? If it were anyone else, they would have panicked. After all, this was an era of feudal superstition. They might really think that the other party was an emissary of God who had divine powers or something. However, Song Qinshu was a person who had been baptized by modern science. In addition, he had seen countless similar situations in various movies and television work. Naturally, he would not have such a violent emotional fluctuation because of this, and the other party would not have an opportunity to attack him. "Open!" Song Qinshu snorted coldly. As the saying goes, a single sword can destroy all technique. With his cultivation having reached this realm, how could he be shaken by false illusions? Not to mention that he was also an expert in mental attacks. Impossible! A trace of blood trickled down from old man Wu's son's nose. Clearly, he had suffered some damage from the recoil. In the blink of an eye, Shao Chun had broken 2 of his consummate skills. This was something that had never happened in decades. He hurriedly pointed to the sky with one hand and formed a complicated seal with the other. He mumbled to himself and uttered some obscure syllables. Right chi? Ha? S? If Zhao Min was here, she would definitely understand what he was saying in Mongolian. Those who do not believe in the everlasting heaven will fall into eternal darkness. However, Song Qinshu was confused and had no choice but to stop in his tracks. He found that his surroundings were quickly becoming blurry, and then everything disappeared. There was only darkness that was so thick that it could not be dispelled, darkness that stretched as far as the eye could see. This situation was a perfect example of what it meant to be unable to see one's own fingers. Not to mention 5 fingers, he could not even see the rest of his body. It was as if his entire being had been swallowed by the darkness. However, Song Qingshu did not panic. He calmly said, "At my level of cultivation, I do not even need my eyes to see clearly." With a wave of his hand, a gust of wind from his palm pressed towards a certain place. There was a muffled groan, and then all the darkness receded like the tide. Elder Wu Sun was already bent over and clutching his chest. The white robe on his chest was stained with blood. It was obvious that he had vomited blood after being struck by the gust of wind from his palm. Song Qingshu walked towards him step by step, secretly concentrating and keeping his guard up. "If you do not have any other tricks up your sleeves, I am afraid that you will die here today." Seeing him approaching, Elder Wu Sun chuckled and said, "Do you think that you can kill me just like that?" Song Qingshu frowned. Suddenly, he felt a powerful palm strike coming towards him. He hurriedly dodged to the side and was about to counterattack when he saw the appearance of the approaching person. For a moment, he could not help but be stunned. The approaching person had thick eyebrows, big eyes, and a tall stature. It was none other than Guojing. Chapter 2302. Song Qingshu was confused, but Guojing did not show any mercy, so he did not dare to be careless. He quickly raised his palm to block. Guojing's 18 dragon subduing palms combined with the 9 Yin manual had reached the level of Yin and Yang, so he could not be careless. Fortunately, Song Qingshu also knew the 18 dragon subduing palms. Although Guojing attacked urgently, he still found an opening to speak. "Brother Guo, why are you helping Elder Wu Sun?" Guojing did not answer and continued to attack expressionlessly. His movement was a combination of Mongolian wrestling and the Big Dipper formation of the Chuanjian sect. What was more frightening was that he could use the left and right mutual combat. Although his cultivation was only at the level of one of the 5 ultimate masters, he was very difficult to deal with in a real battle. Song Qingshu didn't want to fight with him, but as a result, he was forced to retreat again and again. If it weren't for his cultivation, he might have already been injured. Looking at Elder Wu Sun's disappearing figure, Song Qingshu thought that if he knew this would happen, he would have used his sword qi. However, he was worried that his identity would be recognized through his martial arts, so he restrained himself in Helen City. Noticing that Guojing's attacks were filled with murderous intent and lacked the usual calmness, Song Qingshu frowned. He thought of his previous conjecture about Venerable Ming and could not help but feel suspicious. He decided to test his opponent. This way, he did not show any mercy. Because he was familiar with the 18 dragon subduing palms and the 9 Yin manual, he also had a good understanding of the Chuanjian sect's martial arts, and he had seen Wang Chongyang's ultimate version of the Big Dipper formation at Chongyang Palace. He already had a way to deal with it. Soon, Song Qingshu turned the situation around. Because he was worried that his opponent was Venerable Ming's possession, Song Qingshu did not want him to see through his martial arts, so he did not use his signature martial arts. Fortunately, he had mastered them and did not need to be restricted to one move or one style. After a while, Song Qingshu gradually calmed down. Just now, his opponent was in danger several times and his life was hanging by a thread. Even in such a situation, he did not use the Heaven and Earth Great Shift or any other martial arts of Venerable Ming. Only then did he believe that he had nothing to do with Venerable Ming. "Brother Guo." At this time, a cry came from afar, and a girl with a head full of embroidered braids flew over. Seeing Huajing, Song Qingshu jumped out of the battle circle and stopped attacking. Why am I here?" Seeing her, Guojing's body suddenly trembled, and a trace of confusion appeared in his eyes. Huajing's face was full of worry. "I'm curious too. We were in the tent just now." She blushed and quickly changed the topic. "I don't know why, but you suddenly ran out of the tent with a serious face. You didn't listen to me no matter how I shouted at you. Really? Why don't I have any recollection of it? Guojing scratched his head in confusion. Song Qingshu was stunned for a moment before he suddenly reacted. He said, "He must have been struck by old man Wu Sun's mental imprint. When he felt the call, he rushed over to save him." No wonder he felt that although Guojing's attacks were fierce, they were not as smooth as he should be. He also did not display his full strength in the left and right mutual combat. It turned out that he was under mental control and his martial arts were naturally discounted. Huajing looked at him warily. "Who are you?" Song Qingshu said in a deep voice. "May I have a word with you, princess?" Huajing snorted. "Just say what you want. I don't talk to scoundrels who hide their heads and show their tails." Judging from the way he was dressed, she could tell that he was not a good person. She was not stupid. Why would she talk to him alone? Song Qingshu glanced at Guojing and said lightly, "I want to talk about the deal between old man Wu Sun and the princess. Do you really not mind if Hero Gua hears it?" Huajing's expression changed. Finally, she said gently to Guojing, "Brother Gua, wait for me here." Guojing was a little hesitant. "Is it too dangerous for you to be alone with him?" Huajing shook her head. "Don't worry. We are in Helen City. He won't dare to touch me." She deliberately raised her voice when she said this. Helen City was full of masters and fierce warriors. This was her source of confidence. Guojing nodded. "Okay. If anything happens, just shout and I will come to save you." "Brother Gua, you are so nice." As Huajing spoke, she put her arms around his neck and kissed him on his cheek. Her face was filled with happiness. Song Qingshu was a little dissatisfied with her previous actions. However, when he saw her sincere love for him, he was moved for a moment. Huajing walked over. When she heard his words, she no longer had the feminine smile that she had with Guojing. "Tell me, what do you want to talk about? Why did you seal Guojing's memory?" Song Qingshu asked directly. Huajing was shocked. When she heard him mention the deal with old man Wu Sun, she was already suspicious. Now, she was finally sure that he knew about it. "What does it have to do with you? How does it have nothing to do with me? When I handed him to you, I hoped that you would heal him. I didn't want you to tamper with his memory," Song Qingshu said coldly. Huajing was stunned. She stared at him with her eyes wide open. "You are Song Qingshu took off his veil. "Yes, it is me." Huajing was shocked. She hurriedly looked around. When she saw that there was no one else, she said in surprise, "You dare to come here?" Song Qingshu shrugged. "I am now in an alliance with Mongolia. Why wouldn't I dare to come?" Seeing his nonchalant attitude, Huajing was angry and anxious. "You are in an alliance with Ruyang Mansion. Don't you know that Ruyang Mansion is in trouble?" Song Qingshu nodded. "I know. If he didn't know that she was a good friend of Zhao Min and that he had a relationship with Guojing, he wouldn't have revealed his identity. Are you here for Minmin?" Huajing seemed to think of something and asked. "You can say that." Song Qingshu couldn't say that he was here to deal with her father. "Princess, please keep it a secret for me." Huajing looked at Guojing in the distance. "Even if it wasn't for Minmin, you saved Guojing last time. I still owe you a favor." "Princess, you are indeed a heroine." Song Qingshu gave her a thumbs up. "But why did Guojing lose his memory? Is it Elder Wu Sun's doing?" "Not really." Huajing sighed. "I was the one who asked him to help." Noticing the teasing look in his eyes, Huajing blushed and explained, "It wasn't what you think at first. Guojing's injuries were too serious and he was infected with a bad disease. During that time, he had a high fever and was delirious. He talked nonsense as if he had gone mad. His martial arts were very high, so it would be troublesome if he acted up. So I begged Elder Wu Sun to help him calm down. As for what happened later," Huajing gritted her teeth. "I've lost him for 16 years. I don't want to experience that again." This time, I have the opportunity to be with him. I'm willing to do anything. Song Qingshu sighed. But he has a wife and daughter in the Central Plains. Do you want him to be a heartless man? Hua Jing snorted. It's normal for a man to have 3 wives and 4 concubines. Moreover, Brother Gua is such a hero. If Huang Rong agrees, I don't mind being a concubine. But my identity is special. I'm afraid the Khan won't agree. Song Qingshu was stunned. He thought, why are these women so fierce? Chapter 2303. Song Qingshu asked, Is it Wochen of the Hangjira tribe? Hua Jing was surprised. Only a few people know about this. How did you know? It's not hard to guess that the Hangjira tribe gave birth to a daughter as their queen and a son as a princess. Song Qingshu gave a perfunctory answer, not wanting to expose his relationship with Hai Wanshan. Hua Jing nodded and did not pursue the matter. So I can only take advantage of my free time to be with him and fulfill one of my wishes. Song Qingshu asked curiously, Guojing was your father's son-in-law after all. Why don't you ask him to marry you? Hua Jing shook her head and said, A few years ago, Guojing fought with our Mongolian army in Xiangyang. Countless of our Mongolian warriors died at the gates of Xiangyang. Now, I don't know how many of them are relatives of our fallen soldiers in Helen City. Moreover, Guojing is only willing to be with me because of his amnesia. If he regains his memory, he will definitely not agree to marry me. These years, Father Khan's temper has become more and more strange. It can be said that those who submit will prosper, and those who oppose will perish. You are really in a dilemma. Song Qingshu was worried about her. On one hand, he was worried that the Mongolians would deal with Guojing. On the other hand, he was worried that Guojing would break up with him after he regained his memory. No wonder she looks so sad. Then what do you plan to do? Every day is a day. It's good for me to be with Guojing for one more day. Hua Jing looked back at Guojing not far away. Her eyes were full of tenderness and reluctance. I heard that you are very close to them. Can you temporarily help me? Song Qingshu nodded. Don't worry. I am not the kind of person who would break up a loving couple. Thank you. Hua Jing secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Song Qingshu thought for a moment and said, I will be in Helen City during this period. If you encounter any problems, you can leave a mark on the wall, and I will come to find you. He did not know what Hai Wanshan was thinking. He was compassionate to help them. If anything happened to Guojing during this period, he would not be able to absolve himself from the blame. Thank you. Hua Jing's eyes lit up. She agreed on a secret signal with him, and took Guojing back. Song Qingshu went back to find Zhao Min and told her what happened tonight. Hua Jing slept with Guojing just like that? Zhao Min's expression was strange. She was obviously shocked. You don't know how much of an impact I had when I saw them clearly. Song Qingshu sat down and picked up a cup of tea to moisten his throat. Zhao Min chuckled and said, Our Mongolian daughter dares to love and hate. If I were her, I would probably do the same thing. Song Qingshu shook his head and said, No, if you were her, you wouldn't have let Huang Rong take Guojing away 10 years ago. That's true. Zhao Min's face showed a hint of pride, but she soon frowned and said, But Hua Jing is too disappointing. She actually has the intention to surrender. What else? Do you have a way? Song Qingshu briefly explained Hua Jing's concerns. Zhao Min snorted and said, Although I can't think of any way now, I will eventually find a way. If it were me, I would definitely not accept my fate and marry Wu Chun. Song Qingshu said impatiently, You still have Na Chun who is pursuing you every day. Zhao Min smiled and put her arms around his neck and said, I still have you. Anyway, even if I don't do anything, you won't let me marry Na Chun. That's true. Song Qingshu held her in his arms and said, Anyway, you can't marry anyone except me in this life. Zhao Min smiled sweetly and said, Sigh, who asked me to board your pirate ship? I can only accept my fate. Nonsense, it was clearly me who went to your bed. Song Qingshu corrected her with a serious expression. What a bad egg! Zhao Min was embarrassed and angry, and she punched him. After the two of them played for a while, Song Qingshu said, That's right, I don't know who killed Hong Sun Fuang. Just now, I tested old man Wu Sun, but he doesn't seem to know. Are you okay? Zhao Min had a nervous look on her face. She hurriedly walked back and forth beside him to look at him. Old man Wu Sun has many magical spells. Many people in the Mongolian tribe regard him as the messenger of God. He is considered the most mysterious person after the Great Khan and Tong Tian shaman. He does have some tricks up his sleeve. If other experts were to face him with those mental attacks, they would most likely suffer a great loss. Song Qingshu changed the topic and pulled her back into his embrace. But your man is the most capable person in the world. How could he be hurt by him? Look at how smug you are. When Zhao Min heard about old man Wu Sun's miraculous techniques, she could not help but click her tongue. Compared to old man Wu Sun, I'm more curious about who killed Hong Sun Fuang. Song Qingshu frowned and said, This is also the strangest thing. Zhao Min changed her position and lay in Song Qingshu's arms. In Helen City, Hong Sun Fuang is one of the top 10 experts, who would have the ability to kill him without a sound. Ba Siba checked him before, and there were no signs of a fight on his body. He must have been ambushed by someone he knew. Song Qingshu thought that even he would not be able to kill him in one move. Zhao Min put on a thoughtful expression and said, Even if Red Sun Dharmaraja wasn't on guard, his cultivation is still there. To kill him easily, it would need to be an expert of the same level. But I really can't think of anyone who has the ability to kill him. Who would want to kill him? Song Qingshu nodded. I have a feeling that there is a big conspiracy behind this. Zhao Min suddenly looked hesitant. Do you think it could be that person? That person? Noticing her expression, Song Qingshu understood. Is it Zhang Wuji? Bah, that person is revered Ming, not Zhang Wuji. Zhao Min said resentfully. It seems that you have a good impression of great sect leader Zhang. Song Qingshu teased, but he did not mind. Yes, I also suspected him. After all, according to the previous information, he most likely came to Helen City. Just now, I was worried that Guojing would be taken over by him, so I deliberately made a move to test him. Zhao Min hesitated. Do you think that if revered Ming took over someone else's body, the previous host would recover? This time, Song Qingshu was a little jealous. He could not help but pinch her hard. What? Do you want to reminisce with him again? Zhao Min felt pain and subconsciously bit him. You be ****, we are already like this, and you still say such sarcastic words. Although our fate is over, we still know each other. I don't want to see him end up in such a miserable state. It turns out that the evil woman of the martial arts world also has such a kind heart. Song Qingshu smiled and said, I don't know about the situation you are talking about. Next time you see revered Ming, ask him about this. If he can help Zhang Wuji recover, I will also try my best. Zhao Min was surprised. You used to hate him so much, but now you are actually willing to help him? Chapter 2304. I'll bite you to death. Zhao Min was so angry that she gnashed her teeth. Especially when she thought of how she and Zhou Zhirua had a heated argument before, she felt extremely depressed. Song Qingshu laughed out loud. He dodged and parried at the same time, taking the opportunity to move the battlefield to the bed. Zhao Min realized that the situation was not good, but how could she escape when she wanted to? After being skillfully dealt with by him, Zhao Min could only switch from offense to defense. When the city gate was about to fall, she made her last request before surrendering. You're not allowed to think about that woman with the surname Zhou at this time. Before Song Qingshu could reply, Zhao Min sensed the change in his body. She couldn't help but be furious. You bastard, you're really thinking about her. You mentioned it first. I can't control it in my mind. Song Qingshu was also helpless. Zhao Min frowned and pinched him lightly to protest his rudeness. Then, she said resentfully, don't think that I don't know what you're thinking, you playboy. I'll never be with her and you. Don't even think about it. Song Qingshu couldn't help but recall the time when the Golden Snake Battalion was injured by venerated Ming. He couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Could it be that this song had really become a masterpiece? After fooling around in Zhao Min's room for a night, he was chased away before the sun rose. After all, he was now in the enemy's camp, and there were countless eyes in the residence watching him. When he returned to the Aqua Moon residence, he found that the Wind Maiden was sleeping soundly on his bed. He wondered if she was still warming his bed. Song Qingshu originally wanted to sleep in another room, but the Aqua Moon sect was very simple, and the Aqua Moon residence was pitifully small. He didn't know where to put his blanket in the middle of the night, so he simply returned to his room. To prevent the Wind Maiden from causing trouble later, he directly hit her sleeping acupoint before lying down beside her. Just like that, he slept until the sun rose. The exhaustion from the fierce battle was completely recovered, and he felt refreshed. The Wind Maiden also woke up in a daze. When she found that there was a man beside her, she couldn't help but be frightened and immediately reached for her knife. When she saw his face clearly, she stopped moving. Why did I sleep so soundly? I'm not usually like this. Her cheeks were flushed red. She felt that it was too embarrassing. When I came back, I saw that you were sleeping soundly. I didn't want to wake you up, so I sealed your acupoint. Song Qingshu had already put on his mask again, and his clothes were almost done. The Wind Maiden heaved a sigh of relief and patted her chest lightly. That scared the hell out of me. I was worried that my guard would really drop so much that I wouldn't even know if another man slept with me. Song Qingshu fastened his belt and answered with a smile, when you meet someone who is far more skilled than you, won't you still not be able to sense it like yesterday? Feng Nu also hurriedly stood up. My martial arts is more than enough to deal with the average perverted thief. If their martial arts are really much higher than mine, I believe that they would respect their status and would not commit such despicable acts. Song Qingshu's face darkened. Why did he feel like he had been shot in the knee? Of course, Master is an exception. Feng Nu stuck out her tongue, also realizing that her words were ambiguous. I'll go get some water for Master to freshen up. Seeing her petite figure running away in a panic, Song Qingshu thought that it would be nice to have a maidservant to take care of his daily needs. Speaking of maidservants, he could not help but think of the quadruplets of the Vulture Palace. These 4 beautiful sisters were truly the most considerate and pleasing maidservants in the world. It was a pity that he did not have the fortune to enjoy their meticulous service. After taking over the Vulture Palace, he had been busy all day and did not have the time to enjoy their meticulous service. After he finished freshening up, a servant suddenly came to report that someone had come to visit. Song Qingshu's heart skipped a beat, and he hurriedly asked, "Who is it?" Ever since the Red Sun Dharma King's last visit, once bitten, twice shy. If it was someone he knew from the Shuiwei clan, it would be troublesome. I don't know. That person is waiting in the living room, the servant answered. Book of Wonders, why did you let him in if you don't know? Feng Nu shouted, clearly feeling that the servant was too incompetent. The servant looked confused. I don't know why either, but it seems like it's very difficult to refuse her. I'll go take a look. Song Qingshu picked up the water moon saber and walked out. After being interrogated by so many people yesterday, and with Feng Nu's help today, he did not believe that anyone would be able to see through his disguise. When he arrived in the living room, both master and servant were stunned. This was because there was a woman in a white dress sitting on a chair in the living room. She was a woman of indescribable beauty. She had beautiful black hair and snow-white and translucent skin. There wasn't the slightest blemish that could ruin her flawless appearance. She had an elegant and refined temperament, as if she was a fairy from the ninth heaven that had descended to the mortal world. However, people's gazes would involuntarily land on her graceful figure. Looking at the soul-stirring curves of her waist and buttocks, countless thoughts of holding her in one's arms and ravaging her wantonly appeared in one's mind. The contrast between these two temperaments was so great, yet they were combined so perfectly that one couldn't help but feel guilty for blaspheming against a fairy. "This woman is so beautiful," Feng Nu whispered to Song Qingshu. She finally understood why the servant had such an expression. Let alone him, even a woman like her would not be able to refuse a request from such a person. Song Qingshu was also very surprised. He was not surprised by her beauty, but by her identity. She was the leader of the Heaven's Mandate cult, Dan Yuru. Dan Yuru stood up gracefully when she saw him, and a faint smile appeared on her lips. "I pay my respects to the Shuiwa sect." Song Qingshu was momentarily unsure if she was acquainted with the Shuiwa sect or not, so he gave a vague reply. "What are you doing here so early in the morning?" A hint of surprise appeared in Dan Yuru's beautiful eyes. "I've long heard that the Shuiwa sect is extremely lustful, but why don't you have any reaction when you see me? Could it be that my beauty is not worthy of the Shuiwa sect's attention?" Song Qingshu's heart trembled. It seemed that there were many details of his acting that needed to be polished. "Although it's true that I like beauty, I also know that the more beautiful something is, the more dangerous it is. Could it be that my beauty is not worthy of the Shuiwa sect's attention?" The Shuiwa sect is indeed very knowledgeable. Dan Yuru pursed her lips and smiled faintly. "I've always admired the Shuiwa sect's reputation, so I've specially come to express my sincerity." Feng Nu was secretly puzzled. This woman was clearly trying to seduce her master, so why didn't she have any seductive air about her? Logically speaking, she should be disgusted, but it was very difficult for her to feel bad about this woman. "If you truly admire me, you should have come to find me at night, not early in the morning." By now, Song Qingshu had also figured out that the Shuiwa sect didn't know her, and his entire body relaxed as he picked up the teacup beside him to moisten his throat. The surprise in Dan Yuru's eyes intensified. "The Shuiwa sect is indeed not an ordinary person. I've come to invite you to a banquet on behalf of my master." "Master?" Song Qingshu's brows furrowed. "Who is your master?" Dan Yuru smiled. "My master has a special identity, so it's not convenient for me to tell you in front of a third party." She glanced at the Feng Nu as she spoke. The Feng Nu nodded at Song Qingshu before leaving for the time being. Only after leading him out of the door did she realize that she was so obedient to this woman. Song Qingshu didn't stop the Feng Nu as he watched the Feng Nu leave. He said indifferently, "Can you tell me now?" "My master is—" Dan Yuru moved closer to him as she spoke, as if she didn't want anyone else to hear her. Chapter 2305. Although her nails didn't look very sharp, no one would doubt that they could kill a person if they cut the neck. The bright red nail polish seemed to be dyed red by blood, beautiful and strange at the same time. Song Qingshu's cultivation was very high now. He sensed the opponent's movement and dodged to the side. His opponent's nails missed, but he didn't hesitate. His wrist was as agile as a snake, and he continued to attack to the side. However, Song Qingshu was more clever. With a flick of his finger, he caught her hand. "Golden snake silk hand? What's your relationship with Jinshi Langjun?" Although her hands were restrained, Dan Yuru didn't show any fear. Instead, she smiled sweetly and said, "Why don't you ask me what's my relationship with Jinshi Langjun?" Song Qingshu frowned and snorted. He pushed her to the side. "I don't know what you're talking about." Dan Yuru tucked her messy hair behind her ears with her fingers and bowed slightly to him. "Yuru greets you, Gongzi," Song Qingshu said in a deep voice. "What, Gongzi? You're a good girl. Why do you have the habit of recognizing men?" Dan Yuru pursed her lips and smiled. If it's the real Shueiwa sect, I'm afraid they'd want me to admit my mistake. Song Qingshu couldn't help but feel a headache. What was going on this time? He had only been in the forest for 2 days, but he was seen through again and again. It seemed that the Japanese were really difficult to deal with. It's not a good thing for a woman to be too smart. It's easy to get yourself killed. Song Qingshu had already unsheathed the sword in his hand as he spoke. Gongzi, why do you pretend to be a bad person? I know you're kind and won't kill me. Moreover, I'm on your side. There's no need for you to kill me. Dan Yuru didn't resist at all. Song Qingshu snorted heavily and sheathed the sword again. How did you recognize me? Dan Yuru sat down beside him and said softly, Didn't I tell you last time? I was backfired when I used the charm spell on you, so I'm very sensitive to your aura. I wasn't sure from a distance just now, so I tested you. But as soon as our bodies touched, my body went soft. Why would I suspect you? Song Qingshu frowned. Are you seducing me? Dan Yuru didn't look embarrassed at all. I'm just telling the truth. Song Qingshu lightly said, Since you know my identity, you can go and expose me now. Dan Yuru sighed. You still don't believe me, young master. Not only did you let me go several times in Xingqing Manor, but you also saved my life. How could I do anything to harm young master? Song Qingshu chuckled. This is a little surprising. Since when did the people of the Holy Gate pay particular attention to repaying kindness with kindness? Dan Yuru blushed and said, I don't usually treat others like this, but you're different. Moreover, you're a man who saw my body. Ahem. Song Qingshu put down the teacup in a hurry as if the tea was scalding his mouth. Don't you have a conscience? You're a witch from the Demon Gate who mastered the charm spell. If you don't believe me, you can try it. Dan Yuru came closer as she spoke. She blinked her eyes and looked as pure as the girl next door. But only those who knew her knew that she was a witch who devoured people without spitting out their bones. How? Song Qingshu didn't know how to react for a moment. The first Chinese website. Dan Yuru lowered her head slightly. A faint shyness appeared between her eyebrows. You can try it however you want, Gongzi. Song Qingshu held his breath. He felt that it was better not to talk about these dangerous topics with this woman who mastered the charm spell. He hurriedly kept a distance from her and asked, What are you here for this time? Dan Yuru didn't press him. Seeing that he was asking about business, she answered, I'm here to invite the Shueiwa Great Sect to a banquet. They gave me a strict order that I must invite someone today. But now that I know it's you, it doesn't matter whether I go or not. Who's the master you're talking about? Song Qingshu ignored her pitiful act. Dan Yuru replied, The 7th Prince of Mongolia, Ali Buge. Gongzi, please don't misunderstand. Calling him master is just a casual title. In fact, I'm independent of him. He provides us with resources and power, and we provide him with force. It's more appropriate to describe us as guests. Song Qingshu immediately laughed. Why are you in a hurry to explain this to me? Dan Yuru said faintly, I'm afraid that Gongzi will think too much. You men are the most stingy in this aspect. Song Qingshu couldn't help but feel a headache. Cult master, can you not talk to me in this tone of lovers? It's as if there's something between us. Dan Yuru stopped smiling. All right. It's just a habit of many years. I can't change it in a short time. Song Qingshu really did not know which side of her was the real her when he saw her change from being affectionate to dignified and indifferent in an instant. You are the leader of a cult after all. Why did Ali Buge ask you to come personally? Dan Yuru smiled bitterly and said, It's all because of the trip to the Xingqing mansion last time. We failed to kill Galdan and even suffered heavy casualties. Later on, when we wanted to deal with Su Liewu, we fell into a trap by accident. Both of our missions could be said to have failed miserably. How could Brother Ali possibly treat me well? This time, he invited Shueiwa Great Master to the banquet. Shueiwe Great Master has a special identity. After all, he's a guest under the Great Khan. He's afraid that he won't make friends with the princes under him because he's famous for being lecherous. So Ali Buj asked me to invite him no matter what. Because I failed the last task, I couldn't refuse, so I came. Song Qingshu frowned slightly. You're willing to come even if he asks you to sell your beauty? Gongzi, do you really care about me? Dan Yuru smiled sweetly. It's not to the point of selling my beauty. You also know that I've mastered the art of charm. When I meet those men, I can make them worry with just a curl of my finger. I don't really need to sacrifice anything. Only now did Song Qingshu remember the situation with the servant and the Wind Lady. Even women couldn't resist her charm, let alone a lecherous man. Why is Ali Buj looking for Shueiwe Great Master this time? Song Qingshu continued to ask. Dan Yuru thought about it and answered, it should be because of the battle in Xingqing Mansion. Shueiwe Great Master was supposed to protect Su Liewu, but he ran away at the last minute. Although it was remedied afterwards, the rift can't be completely healed. Ali Buj has always been at odds with Kublai and Su Liewu. Now that there's an opportunity like this, he naturally wants to sow discord between them. Song Qingshu's eyes lit up. In Zhao Min's previous plan, she also wanted to use the conflict between Ali Buj and Kublai. Song Qingshu was worried about finding an entry point. That's perfect. I also want to see him. You can also report to him. Dan Yuru originally wanted to dissuade him, but she suddenly remembered that he was so capable. Even if he was in a dragon's lair or a tiger's lair, he could come and go as he pleased. She smiled sweetly and said, Thank you, Gongzi. Oh right, there's something I need to remind Gongzi. I heard that there will be a mysterious guest at this banquet. Gongzi should be careful. Mysterious guest? Song Qingshu was stunned. Who is it? Chapter 2306. All the more reason for me to go and have a look. Song Qingshu's interest was piqued. His attitude now perfectly demonstrated the meaning of wanting to see the world in chaos. After saying goodbye to Wind Maiden, he followed Dan Yuru to Alabuj's mansion for the banquet. Wind Maiden had wanted to go with them, but Song Qingshu was having a headache about how to reject her. Dan Yuru said a few words to her, and she obediently waited at home. Song Qingshu was dumbfounded. Your seduction technique actually has such a good effect on women. Dan Yuru smiled shyly. If you need, I can help you deal with the jealousy of the women in the harem. Song Qingshu waved his hand. No need. My charm is invincible. I don't need these tricks to make them fall for me. Dan Yuru nodded. Your charm is indeed unparalleled in the world. Even people like me fall for you when I see you. Song Qingshu felt a chill and hurriedly changed the topic. Who else will be attending this banquet? Dan Yuru thought for a while and answered. There are the kings of Shagatai, led by Alu. There are also Alabuj's trusted generals, Halabuhua, Hunduhai, and Huerchi. They are all famous generals. Halabuhua and Hunduhai led the army to conquer Sichuan. Huerchi is the commander of Alabuj's guards and one of the leaders of the Chieshui army. Song Qingshu had a headache. The most frustrating thing about coming to Mongolia is that these people's names are too hard to pronounce. I can't remember them at all. They all sound so similar. They are all transliterations, so of course they sound strange. After all, there are only a few people like Princess Xiaomin who give themselves Han names. The higher-ups in Mongolia are actually divided into two groups. One group is closer to the Han culture and is deeply influenced by the Han culture, such as the Ruyang Mansion and Kublai. The other group is more conservative. They are more used to the traditional Mongolian customs and hate the Han way of doing things. Alabuj belongs to this group. Therefore, the fight between him and Kublai is not only a fight for power but also a conflict of ideas. Song Qingshu noticed that she was observing his expression as she spoke. He knew that she was using Zhao Min to test him, so he didn't answer and continued to ask, "Besides these people, what other masters are there?" Dan Yuru replied, "In the beginning, Brother Ali mainly recruited masters from the esoteric sect and the blood knife sect of Qinghai. At that time, he trusted Songjie, the first master of the esoteric sect, but later on, he went to the Central Plains for a mission and lost his hand. Naturally, he was crippled. In addition, the blood knife ancestor of the blood knife sect used to be valiant, but unfortunately, he died in the Central Plains for no reason. Now, although there are still some masters working under Brother Ali, they have no leader, and their reputation is not as good as before. Now, the experts under Brother Aliber's command are our divine order. However, we also suffered heavy losses in the last expedition to the Western Xia." Song Qingshu's expression was a little strange. Speaking of which, the deaths of Brother Ali's experts were all related to him. When the time came, he must not let Brother Ali know his identity. "Aren't you the leader of the divine order? You should be the first master under his command. Even if you failed the previous mission, there's no reason for you to come out and invite him in person." "It's not that simple." Dan Yuru smiled bitterly. "Although I'm the leader in name, you also know that in our kind of sect, the strong are respected. Many people don't necessarily obey me, and there are also different leaders in the sect." Song Qingshu thought of Zhong Zhongyo, the evil Buddha who sneaked up on her in Xingqing Prefecture, and had a general idea. Dan Yuru continued to explain, "Moreover, I'm not the first master in the divine order. I have a master above me and a few martial uncles. Their martial arts are all higher than mine. It's only because they are too lazy to manage the trivial matters in the sect that they let me be the leader." "Who's your master?" Song Qingshu asked curiously. "Yes. My master's surname is Fu, and her name is Yi Yaohong. She has a few other senior and junior brothers. You've already met Evil Buddha Zhong Zhongyo, and there's also Bai Yejing and Lai Rian. Their martial arts are all higher than Zhong Zhongyo's." Dan Yuru thought about it before she continued, "But no matter what, they're still fellow disciples. Even if their martial arts are slightly higher, there's no difference in terms of quality. With your abilities, as long as you don't get surrounded and attacked by them, you won't have much of a problem. But there's another person. If you run into him, you must be careful." "Who?" When he saw the solemn expression on her face, Song Qingshu became curious. "Blood Han Li Gong." When Dan Yuru said those words, a hint of fear appeared on her face. It was as if she was talking about a demon. Blood Han Li Gong? Song Qingshu thought that the name was slightly familiar, but he could not remember where he had heard it. "He's my martial uncle," Dan Yuru explained. "Divine Order was created by my master, Fu Yaohong. Technically speaking, we're just a branch of Enweed faction, and Li Gong is the sect leader of Enweed faction. Not only is he the strongest in Enweed faction, he can even compete to be the strongest in the Holy Order." "The strongest in the Holy Order?" Song Qingshu knew that the Holy Order she mentioned referred to the 2 sects and 6 paths. Then, between him and Pangban, who's stronger? Dan Yuru shook her head. "I can't say. They've never fought against each other before. Pangban is the strongest in Demon Face sect, and Li Gong is the strongest in Enweed faction. Zhong Zhongyo lost horribly to Pangban in the past, and it's also easy for Li Gong to win against him. That's why they should be on par with each other." Song Qingshu could not help but feel troubled. "Aren't there too many grandmasters on the Mongolian side? Many of the grandmasters in the Chinese plains died or were crippled during the battle at Wudong Mountain. How are we supposed to deal with the Mongolians then?" The two of them chatted along the way, and soon, they arrived at Ali Buj's mansion. Ali Buj was very friendly and went out to welcome him, causing Song Qingshu to feel a little overwhelmed by the favor. If Water Moon sect really came here, they might also enjoy it. At that moment, another carriage stopped at the entrance. Ali Buge's eyes lit up, and he told Song Qingshu to wait for a moment. Then, he ran over to the carriage and exchanged a few words with the person in the carriage. Then, he called his subordinates to bring the carriage into the mansion. Song Qingshu was a little curious about the identity of the person in the carriage. When the carriage passed by the side, he secretly circulated a gust of wind with his palm and blew open the curtains. At that instant, he saw the situation in the carriage clearly. He saw a beautiful woman holding a baby in her arms. Her expression was indifferent, and there was even a hint of misery between her eyebrows. However, in the next moment, the curtains were pushed down by a built man. From the start to the end, the woman did not even look in their direction, as if everything else had nothing to do with her. The built man stared at Song Qingshu and Dan Yuru coldly. When he saw Dan Yuru, a hint of surprise appeared in his eyes, but he quickly suppressed it. He just stared at Song Qingshu. "You saw it?" Song Qingshu replied indifferently, "Is there anything that can't be seen?" The built man was furious and was about to lose his temper when Ali Buge came out to smooth things over. "We're all on the same side. It doesn't matter." Only then did the built man snort and continue to guard the carriage into the mansion. Dan Yuru, who was on the side, muttered to herself, "So the mysterious guest is her." Chapter 2307. She is Brother Munga's consort, Yeren. The child in her arms should be Brother Munga's posthumous son, Yulong Dashu. Dan Yuru explained. Song Qingshu was taken aback. Brother Munga's consort? Why is she so close to Ali Buge? Dan Yuru replied, Munga has always been closer to Ali Buge. He is also more inclined to preserve Mongolian customs. On the contrary, he is more distant from Kublai. When Munga was the crown prince, he even had a conflict with Kublai. At that time, Kublai's consort, Chabi, used her maiden family to find Yeren and make peace. Only then did they reconcile. This Princess Yeren is also from Hongjira? Song Qingshu asked. Dan Yuru nodded. She is Munga's daughter. According to seniority, Chabi's consort is her aunt. Song Qingshu was already used to this. In Mongolia, there were many cases of aunts and nieces marrying the same person, let alone the same generation. He was concerned about something else. Munga's daughter? I heard that Munga is going to marry Princess Huajing. Dan Yuru lowered her voice and said, There is such a rumor. Munga's first wife died of illness, and the Great Khan intends to betroth Princess Huajing to him. Isn't that like an old cow eating young grass? Song Qingshu thought that even his daughter had grown up, and he even had a grandson. Munga is indeed not young. Dan Yuru pursed her lips and smiled. But that Princess Huajing is not a young grass, is she? Song Qingshu only then realized that Huajing was now in her 30s. She was not even considered a young girl in the future, let alone in this era. By the time they were talking, the two had already entered the prince's mansion. There were already many people in the hall. Ali Buge naturally sat in the main seat, and the first seat on the right was a big man dressed in a typical Mongolian aristocratic costume. Dan Yuru used the secret voice-sending technique. He is Aruhu, the leader of the kings of Chagatai. Song Qingshu nodded. No wonder he was able to sit in such an honorable position. Then he noticed that the first seat on the left was occupied by the beautiful young woman he had seen in the carriage. She was none other than Princess Yaluan. The baby in her arms was being held by the wet nurse behind her. The baby was neither crying nor making a fuss. It was obvious that he had just been fed and was sleeping soundly. Dan Yuru continued her secret introductions. The seats to the right behind Brother Ali were occupied by the generals under his command, Hala Buhua and Hun Du Hai. As for the commander of Brother Ali's imperial guards, Hor Chi, he stood behind Brother Ali. Song Qingshu glanced at him and saw that his temples were bulging. He was indeed an expert, but he was still quite a distance away from becoming a grandmaster. There were many other Mongolian nobles in the banquet hall. Dan Yuru guessed that Song Qingshu couldn't remember their names, so he only gave a brief introduction. Song Qingshu couldn't help but sigh. Good things come to good people. Just because he had saved Dan Yuru before, he now had a secretary. It felt really good. When Brother Ali saw Song Qingshu, he called out enthusiastically, "The great master is here. Come and sit here." Song Qingshu took a closer look and was surprised to find that the great master had arranged a seat next to Princess Yaluan. "Your Highness, you're too kind." However, before he could sit down, the burly man who had glared at Song Qingshu just now stood up and said proudly, "I was wondering which noble person could sit in this seat. I didn't expect it to be the Shuiwei Great Master who ran away from Xingqing Prefecture. I'm ashamed of myself." Dan Yuru quietly reminded him, "This man is Alandar, the commander of Brother Meng's Imperial Guards. He is extremely loyal to Brother Meng." Song Qingshu was dumbfounded. He thought to himself, "This is a seat arranged by the Great Master, and you're just a servant. You're too arrogant, aren't you?" He frowned and glanced at Brother Alibur, but Brother Alibur picked up his wine glass and drank as if he didn't see what was happening. The others were also talking about it. Even Princess Yaluan frowned and looked at him with disdain. Song Qingshu felt a little strange. Brother Ali couldn't have deliberately asked the Shuiwei Great Master to come here to be humiliated, right? Dan Yuru seemed to have seen through his confusion and hurriedly explained, "The Mongolians worship heroes the most. The Shuiwei Great Master who ran away is indeed a disgrace. Young master, you have to be careful. Don't be humble like the Han people. The Mongolians often have conflicts because of pride. Whoever gives in will be looked down upon by everyone." The reason why the position of Crown Prince fell into the hands of the Ogdi clan was because the eldest son of the Great Khan, Joki, and Chagatai had a big grudge. Neither was willing to submit to the other, and in the end, the Great Khan decided to give the position to Ogdi. Later on, during a western expedition, Guiyu of the Ogdi clan and Badu, the eldest son of the Joki clan, fought over a seat at the banquet. This caused the kings of the Joki clan to support Tuale. So after Ogdi and Guiyu died, the position of Crown Prince fell into the hands of Tuale. "Thank you." Song Qingshu couldn't help but admire Dan Yuru for speaking so quickly and clearly in such a short period of time. After understanding the whole story, Song Qingshu had an idea and directly retorted, "What do you want?" "I don't want anything. It's just that a good-for-nothing like you doesn't deserve to be in this position. Give up your seat." Alandar took out his scimitar and directly chopped down on the table in front of him. Song Qingshu's response was also very simple. He directly kicked Alan in the chest. Alan and Dada's martial arts were clearly not bad, but how could they react in time? Like a sandbag, they were sent flying. Alandar's was not weak either. He quickly climbed up from the ground and spat out a mouthful of blood. With a roar, he directly rushed over. However, what awaited him was another kick. This time, Song Qingshu used a little more force. He only got up after a long time. Swaying, he wanted to rush over to Song Qingshu again. Who knew that Princess Yaluan, who was standing at the side, would suddenly stand up and say, "Enough, Princess." Alandar's eyes were a little red. It was obvious that he was extremely angry. Yaluan said calmly, "You are a general who leads troops into battle. What you know is that you can defeat 10,000 people. He is a guest of the Khan, so it is not shameful that your martial arts are not as good as his. You can be defeated, but you will not surrender. This is the spirit of a good Mongolian man. Compared to some people who are clearly skilled in martial arts but run away in the face of battle, you are much more admirable." Song Qingshu couldn't help but sigh. No wonder the Mongolians had been invincible all these years. Temujin's 3 generations of talented people were not to be taken lightly, and his concubines were not easy to deal with either. With just a few words, not only did they resolve the awkwardness of losing, but they also made people look down on the Shueiwe clan even more. Does the Shueiwe clan think that I am right? Yaluan looked at him coldly. With her status, even if the other party was a guest of the Khan, what could he do to her? Naturally, she was not afraid of offending him. Song Qingshu did not expect her to continue to provoke him. She could not blame him for not being a gentleman. What the princess said is very wrong. How dare you? Many of her subordinates began to scold him. It was obvious that they were very angry at this person who had refuted their mistress. Song Qingshu said calmly, when the Khan was young, they were abandoned by their subordinates. If they had not been able to endure a moment of anger, and if they had continued to stubbornly charge after their defeat at the Battle of 13 Wings, how could they have conquered this huge empire? Fighting knowing that they could not win is called idiocy. Only by staying alive will they have a chance to make a comeback. Chapter 2308. Yaren was startled. She had not expected herself to be dragged into this mess. No matter how brave she would not dare to say that Tai Mu was not the Khan. She quickly said, "Of course not. The Khan was the pride of his generation. He was the hero of the grasslands." Song Qingshu immediately said, "Isn't that fine? Even the brilliant and mighty Khan had escaped in the past. During the Mongolian expedition to the west, the armies often feigned defeat to lure those European fools to pursue and then turn around to surround them. It can be said that in the Mongolians' hearts, escaping has never been a shameful thing. Wang Fei and General have probably misunderstood this." Alan Dada's face turned red. "That was war. How can it be the same?" "What's the difference?" Song Qingshu asked. Alan was at a loss for words. Princess Yaluan was the first to react. Be it the Khan or the soldiers of the Western expedition, they all turned defeat into victory in the end. They were the ones who had the last laugh. Only then are they qualified to be called heroes. "Do you think you can defeat Fu Kalen of Goryeo? How would you know that I can't win against him until the end, Your Highness?" Song Qingshu looked straight into her eyes. He had to admit that the Mongolian kings had good taste in choosing their wives. At least, the princesses he had met were all outstanding beauties. Actually, it made sense. The Mongolian Empire spanned across the Eurasian continent, and it controlled a lot of wealth and beautiful women. The princes of the Okodai and Tolii families were the most respected princes in the empire, so how could their wives be poor? Princess Yaren felt uncomfortable under his gaze. Thinking of the reputation of the Shueiwe clan, she instinctively took a step back to put some distance between them. Then she said coldly, "Then I'll wait and see." Alan was still a little unconvinced. He wanted to say something else, but Brother Ali had already stepped out to be the peacemaker. All right. Everyone is here as guests today. You should eat and drink happily. Give me some face and forget about what happened just now." Song Qingshu secretly sneered. "Why didn't you stop them earlier? Now that things were almost settled, you jumped out." Seeing the indignant expressions on the faces of Alan, Tur and the others, Prince Alu of the Chagatai clan suddenly stood up and said, "We Mongols have another tradition. If there's a dispute between friends, we'll settle it with a drinking competition. Later, we can all take our revenge on each other at the table." Seeing that the two princes had spoken, Alan, Darren, and the others did not have any more objections. They glared at Song Qingshu and asked, "I'm no match for you in terms of martial arts, but you're no match for me in leading troops into battle either. Why don't we have a drinking contest later to determine the winner?" Drinking? Song Qingshu had a strange expression on his face. In terms of drinking, even Xiao Feng was no match for him. However, he still looked hesitant. "I mainly drink sake in Japan. I'm not used to the strong alcohol here." "I've drunk your sake before, but it's not as good as our horse milk wine," Alan Dada said with a strange expression. The Mongols were rich. Alandar was once the captain of Mongols' guards. Naturally, he had tasted the tributes from Dongying. Why, are you afraid and thinking of retreating? His subordinates laughed. Scared. Song Qingshu put on a brave face. At that time, it's hard to say who will win. You talk big, Alandada said with a cold smile. But it's not fun to just drink like this. We need to have a bet. Song Qingshu said calmly. What do you want to bet? Alandada chuckled. I heard you have an obedient female disciple called Wind Lady or something. If you lose, you can give her to me. The people around them whistled, and even Ali Buge did not stop them. It was obvious that such bets were a common occurrence here. Dan Yuru quickly reminded Song Qingshu, young master, be careful. These Mongolians can drink a lot. This Alandada is famous for not getting drunk even after 1,000 bowls. 1,000 bowls? Song Qingshu laughed coldly. How was that possible? His stomach was bloated after drinking so much. He was probably bragging. Kola literature, so what if you lose? Song Qingshu asked. How can I lose? Alandada laughed. There are winners and losers in a bet. There's no reason not to mention the bet, Song Qingshu said mockingly. Alandada snorted. Back then, I was favored by the Great Khan and His Highness. They gave me 1,000 households. If I lose, you can choose any woman you want, including my wife. The crowd quieted down. Many people were moved. They felt that he was gambling too much. But when they thought about his alcohol tolerance, those who knew him hesitated and didn't say anything. Song Qingshu frowned. I don't want your wife. Although the few concubines he met in Mongolia this time were all great beauties, they were still the minority. Based on the situation of the ordinary people he met in Helen City these days, this kind of bet was still too risky. You dare to insult me? Alandada was furious. At this time, Yaluan stopped him. It's just an ordinary bet. There's no need to involve your wife. If he wins, let him choose any one of your subordinate. Alandada also felt that he was too rash. Since Yaluan gave him a way out, he didn't object. But Song Qingshu still shook his head. I don't want anyone from his tribe. Yaluan frowned. Then what do you want? Song Qingshu looked at the beautiful woman in front of him mockingly. He said provocatively, I want you to, bastard. Menk's former subordinates all pulled out their swords. Alohu and the others were stunned. The atmosphere became extremely heavy. Dan Yuru was also shocked. She thought that the young master really didn't show his true colors. The moment he opened his mouth, it was shocking. She was worried at first, but when she thought of his abilities, she felt relieved. She looked at the side with an amused expression. Ali Buge also opened his mouth. Shui Wasect, you really don't know your limits. Song Qingshu calmly replied, Your Highness, you misunderstand. I haven't finished. If I win, I just want you to pour me a bowl of wine. How about it, Alandada? Do you dare to bet with me? Alandada opened his mouth. Even though he was sure he would win, this involved his mistress. How could he dare to bet his mistress on the table? Yalun glared at Song Qingshu hatefully. She naturally knew that he had said those words on purpose to cause a misunderstanding. She was a little angry in her heart, but she had always been cautious. She pulled Alan over and asked, You were injured just now. Is there anything serious? Alandada replied, Don't worry, Your Highness. Perhaps the dueling ring will be affected, but drinking is fine. At this time, Song Qingshu's voice also came. My 2 kicks just now looked heavy, but on account of Wang Fei, I didn't use my full strength, so it didn't affect his drinking. Chapter 2309. Song Qingshu couldn't help but laugh. Say the same to the princess. Don't be too embarrassed to pour wine for me when the time comes. Yaluan felt that the Japanese in front of her was disgusting. She snorted and returned to her seat. Cut the crap. Come on. Alan stood between the two of them and blocked his view. He placed a jar of wine on the table. It's too troublesome to use bowls. Just blow the jar. He had always been good at drinking in a hurry. Many people who had a similar drinking capacity as him would lose to such a quick drinking contest. He usually didn't want to play such tricks, but this time it concerned his mistress, so he didn't dare to be careless. Even though the Mongolians had a large capacity, the people around them were shocked. If he drank jar after jar, wouldn't he be drunk to death? Song Qingshu knew that the other party wanted to gain the upper hand with a show of strength. In front of so many people, he naturally couldn't be weak. Okay, I'll drink first. After saying that, he directly removed the clay seal, picked up the wine jar, and began to drink. Alan was stunned. He thought that the other party would try to reject him. He didn't expect him to start drinking so quickly. He couldn't help but doubt his life. Was he really good at drinking? But thinking about it, no matter how good the Japanese were at drinking, he calmed down a little. Seeing that the other party had already started drinking, he quickly picked up the jar and started drinking as well. Song Qingshu had been trained in modern high-purity distilled wines. These so-called strong wines from ancient times were nothing to him. In fact, he might not lose if he drank according to his actual drinking capacity. However, this was not a competition between close friends, so he wouldn't really drink. When the wine entered his throat, he immediately used his inner force to envelop it. It didn't really enter his stomach. Although he didn't know the six-pulse godly sword, his sword aura could completely force the wine out. However, he was worried that he would expose himself if he forced the wine out in front of so many people. So, he temporarily stored it in his body and waited for a chance to force it out. Amidst the cheers of the people around them, of course, they were mainly cheering for Alan. People like the Shuiwa sect naturally didn't have many friends. The two of them quickly finished their jars. Bang! Song Qingshu threw the wine jar on the ground and smashed it to pieces, indicating that there was no wine left in it. Then he said heroically, "Again." After saying that, he picked up another jar of wine. Alan had just finished a jar of wine and felt tipsy. His face was flushed red and he felt a little dizzy. When he realized that the other party was completely fine, he started to panic. "Don't be afraid. He's probably just bluffing." Princess Yaluan came to his side and comforted him softly. Alan calmed down immediately. He remembered that he had met people who were shameless when they drank in the past, but who knew if they would pass out the next moment. Because of the matriarch's encouragement, his morale was greatly boosted. He could hold more than one jar of wine, so he quickly picked up a jar and started drinking. Song Qingshu quietly observed the reactions of the crowd as he drank. Seeing Alan and Darren's flushed face and the curious and shocked gazes of the others, he suddenly realized that he had to put on a show. Otherwise, it might raise suspicions if someone heard about it. He wasn't sure if anyone in Helen City knew about the true alcohol tolerance of the Water Moon sect. At the same time, he was worried that the experts would suspect that he was using his inner force to dissolve the wine. Therefore, he really drank 30% of the wine and used his sword chi to dissolve the remaining 70%. As expected, he soon looked tipsy. Seeing that his body was swaying, Alan was overjoyed. "I thought you were pretending to be weak. I didn't expect you to be at this level." Chinese. Soon, the second jar of wine was finished. Song Qingshu put down the jar and burped loudly. His body swayed and he didn't speak for a long time. Alan threw the wine jar in his hand heavily on the ground and laughed loudly. Again. Even though he was also very dizzy, he felt that the other party was already at his limit. All he needed was a little more strength. Song Qingshu pretended to be in a difficult position. After a long time, he snorted and said, Come on. Who's afraid of who?" Then, the two of them started drinking the third jar. This time, the speed of both parties slowed down. Alan drank as he waited for the other party to faint. Although the other party's body was unstable, he didn't faint even after finishing the third jar. Let's see, how much more can you drink? Alon went all out and continued drinking the fourth jar, then the fifth. Bang! Alon finally couldn't take it anymore. He fell to the ground stiffly. The wine jar in his hand was smashed to pieces and the wine inside spilled all over the ground. Only then did Song Qingshu put down the wine jar. He looked at the crowd in a drunken state. It seems like I won? Yaluan's face was pale. Even though he looked like he was going to fall with a gust of wind, he still didn't fall. Alon was already unconscious. The Mongolians had always been straightforward. They couldn't do something like not admitting defeat. Ali Buj stood up and clapped his hands to congratulate Alon. You really have a good alcohol tolerance. You've really opened my eyes today. Even the kings of the Chagatai faction looked at him with warm eyes. They all gave him their admiration and compliments. As Song Qingshu replied, he complained that the Mongolian wine culture was really a hard currency. As long as you could drink, you could win respect and fame. In history, there were not many Mongolian emperors who lived long. Most of them died when they were in the prime of their lives. Most of them had something to do with the damage to their bodies due to excessive drinking. To be able to drink to such an extent was really shocking. Your alcohol tolerance is really admirable. I've lost the bet. I'll pour some wine for you now. Yaluan was straightforward. After instructing his subordinates to help Alon down to take care of him, he stood up and offered to fulfill the bet. The barrier between men and women in Mongolia wasn't that serious. Thus, Ali Buj and the others only smiled and looked at everything. They didn't think that there was anything wrong with it. Then, thank you, Princess. Song Qingshu picked up a bowl and handed it over. He observed the woman in front of him closely. She was different from the other Mongolians. Her eyebrows were curved, her mouth was small, and her skin was white. She looked more like a lady from a wealthy family in Jiangnan. She was indeed a beautiful woman. It was a pity that such a woman was destined to slowly wither and grow old alone. Hold your hand steady. Yaluan hugged the wine jar. She noticed that his bowl kept swaying back and forth, making it difficult for her to hold it steady. Forgive me, Princess. I drank too much just now. I'm seeing double. In order to cooperate with her, Song Qingshu took a step forward. In the end, he stepped on the broken pieces of the wine jar and slipped. He lost his balance and fell down. Yaluan gasped. She instinctively wanted to support him, but how could she bear his weight? The two of them rolled into a ball. How dare you offend the princess? Yaluan's subordinates all pulled out their scimitars and rushed over. Chapter 23:10. Hearing her say this, the guards under her could only resentfully stab their knives back. They wanted to find a chance to teach this Japanese a lesson for daring to take advantage of the princess. At this time, Song Qingshu was lying on the ground motionlessly and faintly snoring. However, in his heart, he was secretly sighing at the contact just now. Her body was really soft, and there was a fragrance on her body. It was not the common fragrance of cosmetics, but another kind of fragrance, a bit like milk. He just found an excuse to fall on her body, of course, not to take advantage of her, but because he really could not hold it anymore. It had to be known that he had poured 5 large jars of wine into his stomach. Although he wrapped it with his jinchi so that he would not get drunk, his body could not hold so much wine. He faintly felt that his entire body seemed to have swollen up. He had to force the wine out of his body as soon as possible, otherwise it would be troublesome. People were all poisoned, and if he couldn't wrap his jinchi and the wine went to his heart, it would be really embarrassing. Brother Ali ran over to take a look and hurriedly called for his subordinates. Come, help Shuei's sect to rest in the guest room. Dan Yuru wanted to volunteer, but she was worried that it would arouse suspicion, so she could only watch as Song Qingshu was helped into the inner hall by the guards. At this time Yaluan also stood up and said, "Seventh brother, can I borrow your room? I also need to change clothes." Brother Ali slapped his forehead. I was negligent. Come, bring the princess to the backyard and give the other new clothes to the princess. Thank you, seventh brother. Yulun nodded slightly, then carried her son from the wet nurse's arms. Everyone thought that her chest was wet from the wine. Only she knew that it was usually very swollen, and just now it was pressed down by Shuaiwa sect. After Song Qinshu was helped into the room to sleep, the guards stood guard outside the door. After all, this was the prince's residence, and it was impossible to leave a man here unguarded. However, this was not a problem for Song Qinshu. With his skills, sneaking out wouldn't alarm the guards at the door. Finding a secluded garden, Song Qinshu looked around and saw that there was no one around. He hurriedly used his qi to control his sword and pointed at the bushes. A gust of alcohol instantly shot out from his finger. As Song Qinshu released the pressure in his body, he thought, "It seems that I can use wine as a sword. Compared with the sword qi, it has shape and form. However, with the help of the life-death note, the wine qi will be much more difficult to deal with than the sword qi." After the time it takes half an incense stick to burn, Song Qinshu finally forced out all the wine he drank earlier, and his entire body instantly felt as light as a swallow. Just as he was about to return to his room, he suddenly noticed Ali Bugu rushing over. His heart skipped a beat and he quickly hid behind a tree. He thought to himself, "Isn't there a banquet in front? Why isn't he here as the host?" He was curious and daring, so he quietly followed behind. He saw that Brother Ali had come to a courtyard, but he was not in a hurry to go in. Instead, he bowed at the door and asked, "Sister-in-law, is it convenient to talk now?" "Wait a moment," Yulun's voice came from inside the house. Song Qinshu's curiosity was ignited, and he thought, could it be that there's something going on between this uncle and sister-in-law? After a while, Yulun walked out while tidying up her clothes. "Seventh brother, what do you want to say?" Song Qinshu noticed that she had changed her clothes, and his expression became a bit strange. However, he immediately realized that nothing could have happened in such a short time, so he must have been thinking too much. "I'm sorry about what happened today, sister-in-law." Ali Bugul looked apologetic. "I was the one who invited the Shuaiwe great sect, and I didn't expect something like this to happen." Yulun shook her head. "It's not a big deal. Don't worry about it." "Seventh brother, are you planning to rope him in?" Ali Bugu nodded. "That's right. After what happened in the Xingqing mansion, he obviously offended Su Liawu, and naturally, he also offended Kublai. It's a good opportunity for us to rope him in." Song Qinshu smiled. It was just as he had guessed. It was a pity that they had spent so much effort and met him, the fake Shuaiwe great sect. Yulun frowned. "But he's the Great Khan's subordinate after all. Wouldn't this be a bit overboard?" Ali Bugu smiled. "Don't worry. Haven't you seen clearly over the years? The Great Khan just sits by and watches us brothers fight. He won't interfere. What's more, the Shuaiwe great sect isn't under the Great Khan's direct command. With what happened in the Xingqing mansion, the Great Khan won't care. As for people like Li Qimei and Ba Siba, I won't provoke them." "I hope so." Yulun grunted. "Then," she asked doubtfully, "that Shuaiwe great sect is just a martial arts master. He doesn't have any soldiers or generals under him. Is there a need to spend so much effort to rope him in?" Ali Bugul looked in the direction of the king's tent. "So what if he has soldiers and generals? As long as the Great Khan is still there, we can't mobilize troops to fight directly. We can only use other methods. In this way, martial arts masters are very useful. Sister-in-law, have you forgotten how Ogdi and Guiyu died?" Song Qinshu was shocked. It seemed that there was indeed something strange about their death. No wonder Hai Wanli was so obsessed with revenge. Yulun's face turned cold. She said coldly, "And your big brother?" "Sister-in-law, don't worry. I will definitely avenge Big Brother in the future," Ali Bugu said in a low voice. Yulun sighed. Seventh brother is the best. Your big brother didn't dote on you for nothing. On the other hand, it's Kubilai. Humph, I can only blame myself for being soft-hearted and being bewitched by Cha Abai. That's because you're kind-hearted. Ali Bugu also scolded. Fourth brother is really not a good person. He actually coveted you. Song Qingshu was speechless. It turned out that there was such a grudge between these brothers. However, Kubilai was considered a hero of his generation. Why would he be so blinded by lust? Yulun sneered. We Mongols do have the tradition of brothers dying for each other. However, the murderer who killed your big brother hasn't been found yet. Kubilai is also a suspect. How can I give myself to him under these circumstances? Sister-in-law, this is a wise decision. You should know that the position of Crown Prince was transferred from Ogdi's faction to us because of Mother and Big Brother's years of hard work. In the end, when Big Brother died, half of the shadow government that he worked so hard to build was stolen by Fourth Brother. It's hard to say that he didn't do this deliberately. Sensing the other's anger, Ali Bugu continued to add fuel to the fire. At this time, the sound of a child crying came from the room. Yulun hurriedly went in and carried her son out. She coaxed him and said, Sixth brother, don't worry. Although your big brother died and many of his subordinates were taken away, there are still many loyal ones. I will fully support you in obtaining the position of Crown Prince. Ali Bugu was overjoyed. Thank you, sister-in-law. Yulun said, Go do what you need to do. I'll coax Yulong first. Okay, I'll go take a look at the Shuiwa sect first. Ali Bugu said goodbye to her. Song Qingshu hurriedly went to his room. Chapter 23:11. Song Qingshu went back to his room and lay down again. Not long after, Brother Ali came and asked at the door, Where's the Shuiwa sect? The guard replied, Sleeping inside? Has he been in the room all this time? Brother Ali asked. Song Qingshu was shocked and thought, Did he discover something? Fortunately, the guard replied, He's been here all the time. I haven't seen him go out. Only then did Brother Ali push open the door and enter. Seeing that Song Qingshu was still sleeping soundly on the bed, he couldn't help but frown. The guard at the side observed his expression and said, Should I wake him up? No need. Brother Ali raised his hand to stop him. He drank so many jars of wine. He won't wake up for a while. I'll go to the other side first. Pay attention to this place and keep an eye on him. If Yulun passes by here, don't let her go to the backyard. Yes. From the voice that answered, it was obvious that he had left a few guards here to keep watch. Song Qingshu was curious. Brother Ali was so mysterious. Who was he going to see? Why did he deliberately hide it from Yulun? Shouldn't they be allies? Hearing that they had gone out, Song Qingshu couldn't help but be curious. He slipped out of the window and quietly followed behind him. Ali Buj took a few turns before arriving at a remote courtyard. He could faintly see the back of a woman. Her figure was graceful, and she was currently shooting arrows with a bow, revealing the perfect curves of her figure to the fullest. Song Qingshu vaguely felt that this figure was a little familiar, but he couldn't remember where he had seen it. The woman shot an arrow and split the arrow that was stuck in the center of the target in half. Brother Ali couldn't help but clap his hands and said, Good archery, good archery. Sister-in-law's archery skills are probably comparable to the divine archer Zhabi. Another sister-in-law? Hearing the way he addressed her, Song Qingshu was also stunned. Seventh brother, your mouth is getting sweeter and sweeter. How can my little tricks be compared to Zhabi's archery skills? The woman handed the bow and arrow to the servant beside her and turned around to reveal a charming and moving face. Who else could it be but Hai Wanli? I'm innocent, I'm clearly speaking the truth. Looking at the beautiful face in front of him, and then looking at her curvaceous body, Brother Aliber's eyes were filled with greed. Hai Wanshan clearly noticed the strange look in his eyes, but he didn't care. Are you also this glib in front of your sister-in-law? Thinking of Yaluan's dignified and calm appearance, Ali Buj immediately sobered up. I wouldn't dare to do that. You also know that she's always cold and reserved. Plus, fourth sister offended her last time, so she's quite sensitive about such things. That's true. If it wasn't for that, she wouldn't have completely sided with you. Hai Wansheng couldn't help but laugh. That brat Kubilai usually looks so upright and serious. I didn't expect him to do such a thing. Ali Buj chuckled. We're all men. Moreover, sister-in-law is indeed very beautiful. In the past few years, fourth brother's influence has become stronger and stronger. He looks like a crown prince. If I were in his shoes, I would definitely be unable to restrain myself. You're quite honest, Hai Wansheng said with a smile. Is it that you men have an uncontrollable desire to blaspheme that kind of dignified and virtuous woman? Ali Buj took the opportunity to reach out and hug her. That's not necessarily true. We also like women like you. Sure enough, all men are bad. Hai Wansheng turned around and avoided his hand. At the same time, he chuckled. Yaluan's personality is really a bit different. Our Mongolian custom is that brothers will always be related to each other. Remarrying is a common thing, but she insists on imitating those southern dynasty women and putting on an appearance of chastity. I don't know who she's trying to impress. Ali Buj retracted his hand a little resentfully. Not just her, aren't you the same? Although you've been flirting with women for so many years, I've never heard of anyone actually getting into your bed. It's easy for you to get into my bed. Hai Wansheng leaned close to him and blew a breath into his ear. Go and kill the culprit who killed my husband. Then you can do whatever you want. Ali Buj smiled bitterly. Aren't you just trying to make things difficult for me? In that case, it's better for us to be good friends. Hai Wansheng took 2 steps back, leaving a distance that was within reach, but also out of reach. Ali Buj scratched his head. You also want to avenge your husband, and Yaluan also wants to avenge her husband. Who knows how many wives and daughters the Khan stole back then? Why don't I see anyone avenge their husbands? How do you know there isn't one? Ocean Wander revealed a meaningful expression. Who are you talking about? Noticing her expression, Ali Buj was startled and hurriedly asked, could it be the third empress? Her husband was killed by the great Khan in front of her. Song Qingshu, who was hiding in the dark, was secretly shocked. With the rise of Temujin, who knew how many wives and daughters he had stolen? But this guy was much more ruthless than him. Not only did he steal someone's wife, but he also wanted to kill him? Hai Wansheng shook his head. Don't make wild guesses, I'm just saying. Ali Buj didn't care too much about the Khan's harem and quickly returned to the question he was most worried about. Right, there's something I've always wanted to ask you. When my brother died, were you the culprits behind it? So what if it was, and so what if it wasn't? Hai Wansheng looked up at the sky with a hint of mockery. Since you deliberately arranged for me and Yaluan to be in different places and didn't let them know, it's clear that you already have an answer. It's just that I have some suspicions, so I came to you for confirmation. Ali Buj stared straight into her eyes. Song Qingshu's curiosity was also piqued. In the world of the Golden Book, Meng Guo was killed by a stone shot by Yang Guo during the Battle of Xiangyang. But in this world, when Meng Guo died, Yang Guo had not yet become the Condor hero, and the Mongols had many experts under their command. Even if Yang Guo had truly reached the ultimate perfection stage, it would not have been easy for him to kill Meng Guo while surrounded by thousands of soldiers. Would you believe me if I said I didn't? Hai Wansheng sneered. Besides, even if I really did kill him, would you immediately turn against me and not cooperate with me to fight against your fourth brother? Ali Buj paused, then smiled. I really am muddle-headed. There's no point in dwelling on these questions. I hope we can cooperate happily in the future. Naturally. Hai Wansheng asked, by the way, why did Yulun run over to change her clothes? Master Shueiwe accidentally pounced on her after getting drunk, causing her clothes to be a little wet. Ali Buge roughly described what had just happened. I'm afraid it wasn't because of the wine, but because her breasts were swollen. Hai Wansheng snorted. And that Master Shueiwe is as lecherous as the rumors say. He even dares to take advantage of Princess Consort. She clearly remembered that night in his tent, when he had almost taken advantage of her. Ali Buge's expression changed. You mean he was pretending? Hai Wansheng replied, since he was still fine after drinking Alan and Darren, why did he get drunk when Yaluan went to toast him? Outrageous, how dare he tease this king? I'll go see him now. Ali Buge suddenly stood up. Chapter 23:12. Hearing his shout, Ali Buge and Hai Wansheng turned their heads. Song Qingshu felt a headache. Maybe he was careless and exposed himself. Just as he was thinking about how to explain, he suddenly heard a hearty laugh. Ha ha ha, I heard there was a banquet here and couldn't help but come in to eat some lamb legs. I didn't expect to be discovered so quickly. An old man with thick arms and big feet was holding a red wine gourd in one hand and a delicious lamb leg in the other. His mouth was covered in grease. I have to say that the roasted lamb legs in the grasslands are more authentic than those in Jiangnan. What kind of seasoning is on it? It smells so good. I've never eaten it before. Now that Mongolia had conquered the western countries, they could enjoy the treasures of the western and central countries. Spices were naturally more abundant than those in Jiangnan. When Song Qingshu saw the person's face, he had a strange expression. It was him. Which scoundrel dares to steal from the imperial palace? The black-clothed man beside Brother Ali Buge let out a roar and leaped up, pouncing towards his opponent like an eagle soaring through the sky. His 5 fingers were like iron claws as they clawed towards his opponent's face. Song Qingshu was secretly cheering, thinking that the Mongolian side was really full of martial art masters. Just a random prince's mansion has such a martial art master. He could also feel that the Mongolians were getting stronger and stronger. A few years ago, Ali Buge's top experts were Songjie and Blood Knife Ancestor. The man in front of him was obviously much stronger than those two. It felt like a bird gun had been replaced with a cannon. Seeing him rush over, the sloppy old man curled his lip. You can't even give up a lamb leg and you call this imperial palace? You're too stingy. As he spoke, he threw the lamb leg over. However, his throw was just right and the 5 fingers of the person in front of him caught it. The man in black hurriedly threw the lamb leg to the side. Looking at the grease on his hands, he subconsciously wanted to wipe them. However, other than his clothes, he didn't have a handkerchief. He couldn't help but be angry. You're courting death. His speed was a generation faster than before and he attacked with a strong gust of wind. Although he was angry, he could tell from the man's throw that the man's martial arts were very high. Therefore, although he was angry, he was very cautious. The sloppy old man's expression turned serious. He could tell that his opponent was no ordinary person, so he didn't dare to be careless in the slightest. With a bang, the black-clothed man was thrown into the air. However, the sloppy old man's face did not show any joy. Similarly, he quickly gathered power with his palms. The black-clothed man fell straight down from the air. His fist was like a thunderbolt. The other party used the advantage of the sky, and the sloppy old man also used the weight of the earth to meet the attack with his palm. With a loud bang, the stone slabs under his feet cracked. The black-clothed man once again used the counterforce to fly into the air. Song Qingshu looked up and saw that he was at least 6 feet in the air. He did not immediately descend, but instead circled in the air. The sloppy old man knew that his next attack would definitely be even more ferocious. His upper body twisted and spun wildly, and his hands moved quickly in front of his chest. Only a blur could be seen. The black-clothed man fell from the air again. This attack was much more ferocious than the previous 2 attacks combined. The leaves and stones in the surroundings moved without any wind, forming a misty wind wall. Ali Buj and Hai Wang, who were watching, subconsciously retreated a lot in the face of the pressure coming from the air. The sloppy old man seemed to be in the center of the storm and would soon be crushed by the storm. Just at this moment, a resounding dragon roar suddenly came out from the center of the storm, and a few faintly discernible dragon-shaped chi suddenly broke through the wind barrier. A powerful wave of chi spread out in all directions, and wherever it passed, flowers and trees were destroyed. Several experts had already stood in front of Ali Buj and Hai Li, blocking the aftermath of the battle for them. The two figures on the battlefield had already separated. The black-clothed man used the momentum to return to Ali Buj's side. He stood with his hands behind his back, looking very calm. Runwan Network, the sloppy old man, also took a few steps back and looked at him in surprise. "What's the name of your attack just now?" "Sky Demon Strike, one of the 3 great loose techniques," the black-clothed man said proudly. "Not bad, not bad. It's similar to my disciple nephew Qiao Feng's 3-layered waves of the Yangtze River." The sloppy old man praised him non-stop. "Who are you? Why haven't I seen you before?" "Weed Factions by Yejing," the black-clothed man said faintly, looking as if he was waiting for the other to praise him. When he heard his name, Song Qingshu remembered that Dan Yuru seemed to have mentioned this person to him before. Was he her disciple uncle or something? Now that he saw him, he was indeed extraordinary. "By Yejing," the sloppy old man frowned. "Why haven't I heard of this person before?" However, he did not want to say it and embarrass the black-clothed man, so he changed the topic. "Weed Faction. When I was young, I heard my master mention it. I think it was the strongest evil cult in the Chinese plains before the rise of the Ming dynasty. But 100 years ago, for some unknown reason, it fled to Western Desert region." "Humph, it's the sacred cult." Bai Yejing corrected him. His tone was a little dissatisfied. "Who are you? Since you can fight me to a draw, you must not be someone like Nameless." Song Qingshu, who was observing in the dark, almost laughed out loud. "A draw?" Others could not see it, but he could see it clearly from his angle. His hands behind his back were trembling. It was obvious that he had suffered a great loss when they exchanged palms. He was obviously weaker than the black-clothed man, but he pretended to be brave and said it was a draw. How could he be the same as the Great Wheel King? The sloppy old man laughed a few times. "I'm just an old beggar. What reputation do I have?" At this time, Ali Buj noticed his patched clothes and a missing finger on his hand. He could not help but say, "Are you Northern Beggar Hong Qigong, one of the 5 uniques of the Central Plains?" When he was in charge of attacking the Qing dynasty in the northeast, his subordinates Songjie and Blood Knife Ancestor had told him about the famous masters of the Central Plains. Hong Qigong's characteristics were so obvious that it was easy for him to recognize him. The Central Plains is full of hidden dragons and crouching tigers. "I don't deserve to be called one of the 5 unique." Hong Qigong sighed. "If it was a few years ago, I might have been a little conceited about the 5 unique. However, I've seen too many evildoers these years. Only now do I know that there's always someone better than you." Especially when he thought of a certain fellow with the surname Song. His martial arts was unfathomable at such a young age. Not to mention when he was at the same age, he might not even be able to beat him now. When he thought of this, he felt a wave of annoyance in his heart. He subconsciously wanted to take a bite of the lamb leg to vent his anger. However, he only remembered that the lamb leg had been thrown out as a hidden weapon when he took a glance at the dusty lamb leg in the corner. He subconsciously licked his lips and could only pick up the wine pot and drink a mouthful of wine to dissolve the embarrassment. Ali Buj was overjoyed. "It really is old Mr. Hong. It's rare to see such a person on a normal day. It's such a coincidence that I'm able to meet you. As the saying goes, there's no time like the present. Why don't I be the host and treat old Mister to a taste of our Mongolian wine and our special delicacies? His personality was originally not that respectful. However, after fighting with Kublai all these years, he saw that Kublai had gathered a large number of talented people. How could he not be envious? Thus, he unconsciously copied his opponent's style. Chapter 23:13. Since your Highness has invited me so sincerely, it would be impolite for me to refuse. Hong Qigong couldn't resist the temptation of delicious food in the end. Brother Aliber laughed. It's great that you're willing to do me the honor. Please. Song Qingshu couldn't help but laugh. In his early years, Hong Qigong had cut off his will to remind himself of his mistakes because of his gluttony. He didn't expect that he couldn't change his bad habit even when he was old. This was human nature. If it was something that could be done, there was no need to say it. If it was something that couldn't be done, no matter how many plans they made, it wouldn't work. At this time, Brother Aliber glanced at Song Qingshu not far away and couldn't help but ask in surprise, "Elder Master, aren't you resting?" As for Hai Wanshan, he had already returned to the courtyard before everyone arrived and didn't show his face. Song Qingshu thought that Dan Yuru had mentioned that there would be a mysterious guest at the prince's mansion. Everyone thought it was Princess Yaluan, but it was actually Hai Wanshan. "Elder Master, are you sober?" Brother Aliber asked with concern. "I'll have the servants make you a bowl of soup to sober you up." "There's no need for that. When I woke up, I've already refined most of the alcohol. Although I'm still dizzy, it's no big deal," Song Qingshu replied. "But I'm a little hungry now. I'll go eat something at the banquet." Brother Aliber smiled slightly. "That's right. Just now, you were drinking and didn't eat much." Hong Qigong, who was at the side, glanced at Song Qingshu curiously. "To be able to use internal energy to refine the alcohol, your martial arts must be very high." Song Qingshu crossed his arms in front of his chest and said in the unique tone of the Shueiwei Grand Master, "Not bad." Brother Aliber introduced him to him. "This is the top master of Japan, Shueiwei Grand Master." Hong Qigong didn't care about the word top master. Instead, he asked curiously, "I heard that Japanese ninjutsu is very powerful. Is it a trick or is there really some secret?" "It's both." Song Qingshu thought of the Japanese masters he had fought before and commented, "Then do you know how to do it? Is it convenient for you to show me?" Hong Qigong asked with his eyes wide open. Song Qingshu thought to himself, "I don't know any Japanese ninjutsu," so he could only snort and say, "Not convenient." Then he walked away, lest the other party continued to ask questions that would expose him. Hong Qigong was slightly taken aback, but did not get angry. He realized that he had indeed been a bit rude. He thought that if the old urchin were here, he would definitely pester him to perform. However, when he arrived at the banquet, his attention was quickly attracted by the fragrant beef and mutton. He randomly chose an empty seat and sat down to gorge himself. Brother Ali was already having a headache over what seat to arrange for Hong Qigong. After all, there had just been a conflict between Alantar and the Shueiwei sect. Now that he saw that Hong Qigong didn't care about his seat, he couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief. However, he noticed that the way he ate did not have the demeanor of a master. Instead, he looked like a starving old beggar. He could not help but frown. "Old Mr. Hong, I heard that you have been traveling around the Central Plains. Why did you come to Mabe and Lin City this time?" Even though he wanted to rope in a master like Hong Qigong, he was a king after all. He was worried that Hong Qigong might have some ulterior motives. "Oh, it's mainly because I'm tired of the delicacies from all over the Central Plains. I wanted to come to the Mongolian plains to try out the local delicacies." Hong Qigong took a bite of meat and a sip of wine. Brother Ali had someone beside him secretly tell him about Hong Qigong's reputation and hobbies. He no longer doubted Hong Qigong and laughed out loud. "Old mister, please eat as much as you want. We won't talk about other things, but we'll have our fill of cows, goats, and horses." Song Qingshu thought to himself, didn't he come to Mabe with Zhou Batong to look for Guojing? Where is Zhou Batong? His Royal Highness is such a good man, Hong Qigong said as he drank the horse milk wine. Come to think of it, we're actually relatives. Relatives? Brother Ollie was stunned. He had no idea what the other party was trying to do. Someone beside him scoffed. You're a Han. Aren't you taking it too lightly if you want to be related to the Golden family? Song Qingshu noticed that there were more people in the room than before. The one who spoke was an old acquaintance. It was Night Owl Yangling from Soul-Stealing Jade Owl. In the attack outside Xingqing Prefecture, he killed the soul-stealing talisman and broke the soul-locking Tai Sui Dumo's arms. The only ones who managed to escape unscathed were Dan Yuru and Yangling. Yangling's face was pale. It was obvious that he hadn't recovered from the internal injuries he suffered last time. Hong Qigong glanced at him from the corner of his eyes. Who are you? Night Owl Yangling. Yangling scoffed. Hong Qigong frowned. Never heard of you. Yangling couldn't help but be furious. However, the other party was a guest invited by Brother Ollie, so it wasn't good for him to act up. Hong Qigong said, although this old beggar is sloppy, I'm not someone who talks nonsense. My disciple Guojing was the Mongolian Golden Knife Prince consort. Guojing is Anda of Thor. Speaking of which, when your highness sees him, you have to call him uncle. Does this mean that I'm related to your highness? Song Qingshu almost laughed out loud. Hong Qigong had thick eyebrows and big eyes. He didn't expect him to take advantage of Brother Ollie like this. Calling Guojing uncle was equivalent to calling him grandpa. It seemed that the beggar clan helped Guojing defend Xiangyang and fought many bloody battles with the Mongolians. As the previous chief of the beggar clan, he naturally didn't have a good impression of the Mongolians. In addition, he said this to bring the topic to Guojing. He wanted to take the opportunity to get some information. As for why he didn't say it directly, it was obviously because he considered that Guojing had made many enemies with the Mongolians when he guarded Xiangyang. He was worried that Guojing would be in danger. Brother Ali's face darkened when he heard his words. He said coldly, Guojing broke his engagement and betrayed the Mongolians. He's no longer the Golden Knife Prince consort. Moreover, the Great Khan is about to remarry my aunt. Please don't talk nonsense and ruin my aunt's reputation. Huajing is getting married? Hong Qigong was in a daze. He thought of his weird female disciple and Huajing fighting over Guojing. In the blink of an eye, it was already more than 10 years ago. Yangling observed him. He slammed the table and stood up. His Highness entertained you with good intentions, but you spoke rudely. I think the dignified chief of the beggar clan shouldn't be so despicable. Maybe some people are here to swindle people. Hong Qigong couldn't help laughing. I'm just an old beggar. What's there to pretend to be? Whether it's true or not, we'll know after we try. After Yangling finished speaking, he waved his hand, and several pieces of lamb chops shot out from the table. Each of them had a different angle and speed. Once one was missed, they would be covered in grease. In front of everyone's eyes, the face of an expert would be completely lost. But in the next moment, everyone's eyes widened. They saw Hong Qigong use a pair of chopsticks to pick all the lamb chops together. You're good, but your internal energy is a little weak. It should be because you've suffered serious internal injuries and haven't recovered yet. Chapter 23:14. The person who spoke was a beautiful middle-aged woman. She should have been a great beauty when she was young, but since ancient times, beauties were like famous generals, and they were not allowed to see their hair turn white. Time was merciless. No matter how much she dressed up, the marks of time could still be seen on her face. Of course, she could still be considered a middle-aged woman, and she was still attractive. However, the way she dressed and the way she spoke were slightly flirtatious. Song Qingshu noticed that Dan Yuru was standing beside her with a respectful look. Just as he was wondering who she was, he heard Dan Yuru's secret voice sending, "Young master, this is my master. Fu Yaohong." Song Qingshu remembered Dan Yuru's introduction to him. He also vaguely remembered this character in Shattered Space. She seemed to be very skilled in the art of sexual intercourse. He did not know how many men's essence had been sucked dry by her. When he thought of this, Song Qingshu felt a chill run down his spine. He thought that he should stay away from this woman in the future. But coincidentally, she was not his type. He did not have such a strong taste. At this moment, he could not help but sigh. Even though Dan Yuru was her disciple, she surpassed her. Both of them practiced charm arts. One of them was enchanting and unrestrained, while the other was pure and natural. She looked as innocent as a girl next door. As expected of someone who had practiced Weed faction's charm arts to an unprecedented level. Guo Jing's hometown? Hong Qigong thought about it for a while. "I think it's in Ox Village." "Which Ox Village?" Fu Yaohong continued asking. "Near Linnan." Hong Qigong had been there before, so he naturally had an impression of it. "Is it near Qiantang River?" Fu Yaohong's eyes lit up. Hong Qigong thought about it and nodded. "I think so." "Why, do you know my disciple, madam?" "No, I'm just curious." Fu Yaohong covered her mouth and giggled. "Big brother, I'm not married yet, so why are you calling me madam? If you don't mind, you can call me younger sister Yaohong." Hong Qigong was about to drink, but he nearly coughed up his wine. Song Qingshu gasped in amazement. Fu Yaohong is really unrestrained. She even flirted with an old man like Hong Qigong? Thinking about it, she must have taken a fancy to his martial arts. Old Master Hong couldn't control himself for a moment and lost his chastity in his old age. But what he was more curious about was why Fu Yaohong was asking Guo Jing about the information. You're already too young to be my daughter." "What sister?" Hong Qigong said unhappily. Big brother, your mouth is so sweet. You're always praising me for being young," said Fu Yaohong with a smile. Hong Qigong. When Song Qingshu was unable to complain, Dan Yuru's voice came into his ears. "I'm afraid my master is really not much younger than Hong Qigong. It's just that she's good at taking care of herself, so she looks younger." "What do you mean by good maintenance?" "I'm afraid you're good at harvesting." Song Qingshu was really a little surprised. Although Fu Yaohong looked like a middle-aged woman, the gap between her and an old woman was too big. Could it be that the devil sex plucking technique was really so magical? "Alright, this old beggar is almost done eating and drinking. Thank you for your hospitality, Your Highness. I'll take my leave now." Hong Qigong had been a straight man all his life and was extremely uncomfortable with this woman. He felt that the lamb leg in his hand was not as fragrant as it used to be. In addition to the fact that there was no news of Guo Jing, he naturally did not want to stay any longer. Ali Buj was furious. "I invited you with good intentions, but you just mocked me. Now you're leaving so quickly. Do you really think you're just here to eat?" Song Qingshu noticed that Ali Buj's hand was slightly raised. He knew that Ali Buj's temperament was very similar to that of a traditional Mongolian. He was not like Kublai, who was deeply influenced by the Han and could be tolerant of others. He was worried that Ali Buj would order him to attack Hong Qigong. Although Hong Qigong's martial arts were high, there were many experts here. Bai Yejing was only slightly weaker than him. Fu Yaohong and Bai Yejing were fellow disciples, so their martial arts should be about the same. There were also the other experts from the Heaven's Mandate sect and the Mongolian warriors. If they really fought, Hong Qigong would probably be at a disadvantage. So he slammed the table and stood up, shouting sternly, "What kind of place do you think the prince's manor is? You think you can come and go as you please? Seeing him stand up, Ali Buge revealed a surprised expression. However, he slowly lowered his raised hand, planning to observe the situation first. What, do you want me to pay after eating? Hong Qigong touched his patched clothes and finally spread his hands helplessly. That's not a coincidence. I'm just a beggar, I don't have anything valuable on me. The seventh prince is thirsty for talent, so he naturally won't stoop to your level. However, I can't stand it anymore. If you want to leave, you can, as long as you can defeat this knife of mine. Song Qingshu unsheathed the water moon knife in his hand and a cold wind enveloped the entire hall. He had spoken so highly of Ali Buge. Presumably, the other party would not go back on his words in front of so many people. Ali Buge smiled faintly and didn't stop him. He usually liked to ride horses and hunt, and he liked to watch experts fight even more. His eyes couldn't help but burn with a trace of excitement. The reactions of the people around him were also different. Some people were simply watching the show, while some were more shrewd and secretly despised him. They felt that this person from the Water Moon sect was really despicable. He would find an opportunity to express his goodwill to Ali Buge. This was a proper proof of allegiance. Good knife. Hong Qigong put his hands on his waist and laughed. However, this old beggar has lived for so many years. Other than being afraid of not having delicious food, I have never been afraid of fighting with anyone. It's just the right time to see your magical Japanese ninjutsu. Why would I need ninjutsu to deal with you? Song Qingshu coldly snorted. His whole body seemed to move swiftly like the wind, and in an instant, he arrived in front of Hong Qigong. Hong Qigong was also somewhat surprised by his speed. He hastily slapped his palm on the blade and used his other palm to see Long Zitian take the opportunity to counterattack. Song Qingshu's figure flickered, and like a feather, he borrowed the force of his opponent's palm wind to move to the other side, causing the crowd to gasp in surprise. Even those who looked down on him for running away before the battle had to admit that his martial arts attainments were very high. One moment he was like a galloping horse, and the next moment he was as light as a feather. Having fought with the Water Moon sect many times, Song Qingshu knew his martial arts very well. Originally, this kind of erratic footwork was very difficult to imitate, but it just so happened that he was proficient in Qigong, so imitating it was naturally twice the result with half the effort. In addition, the Water Moon saber was indeed a rare treasured saber. When it was used, the saber chi crisscrossed, and everyone in the room felt a dense chill. The two people's movements were very fast. In the blink of an eye, they had exchanged more than 10 moves. Although Song Qingshu could imitate it, Hong Qigong was naturally at a disadvantage when using his bare hands against the treasured saber. Very quickly, he fell into a disadvantage. He touched his waist and took out a dark green bamboo stick. Green shadows flickered, and in an instant, he switched from defense to offense. Chapter 23:15. But as soon as he finished his words, the Shueiwe Great Sect's saber light shone brightly and suppressed the dog-beating stick skill, forcing Hong Qigong to retreat. When the stick and the saber collided for the last time, both of them were pushed back. Hong Qigong took advantage of the momentum and flew to the wall. He laughed and said, "Your Excellency's saber technique is very good, but I have something important to do. I'll fight with you again next time." Then he used his lightness skill and disappeared into the distance. The guards of the prince's mansion wanted to chase after him, but Nalabuge stopped them and said, "There is no need to chase after him. Everyone should eat and drink." Then, he waved his hand, and the show of Hercules wrestling was performed. The Mongolians around him cheered, and the atmosphere quickly turned from tense to joyous. Song Qingshu was a little bored by the competition in front of him. If it was two beautiful girls wrestling, maybe he would be more interested. Of course, he was still a little relieved. It seemed that no one in the field suspected that he deliberately let Hong Qigong go. Maybe his wish was effective. Soon after the wrestling competition, all kinds of girls came out. Many Mongolian young men easily found the girls they liked and invited them to sing and dance with them. Although the atmosphere was very lively, Song Qingshu couldn't integrate into the atmosphere. Maybe he had too many things on his mind and couldn't completely relax here. Why don't you find a girl to dance with? While Song Qingshu was thinking about the talent of their race, Nalabuj came to his side. I don't know how to dance. Song Qingshu didn't believe that the Shuiwe great sect could dance like this. Of course, he didn't say anything just in case. It's okay if you don't know how to dance. Our Mongolian girls all know how to dance. Let them carry you. Nalabuj laughed and pointed to the girls in the field and said, Pick any of the great sects. If you like one, she is yours tonight. Feeling that he had become more enthusiastic, Song Qingshu guessed that he thought more highly of him after seeing the fight between him and Hong Qigong. He said, Thank you, Your Highness. Can I take that one? Then he pointed to a beautiful figure on the other side. Of course, he would not point at Princess Yaluan. Instead, he pointed at Danyuru. He wanted to take the opportunity to test the relationship between them. Brother Ali's smile immediately turned sluggish as he said in embarrassment, This king can't do anything about that woman either. However, as the saying goes, beauties love heroes. You just shocked everyone, so perhaps Sect Master Dan will look at you in a different light. This woman can't even be eaten by this prince, otherwise why would I have sent her out to seduce you? Song Qingshu made an oh sound and said no more. Ali Buj felt a little embarrassed, so he tried to find a topic to talk about. The great sect doesn't seem to be in a good mood? I've embarrassed myself in front of Your Highness. It's just something depressing. Song Qingshu knew that this guy was most likely going to rope him in. As expected, Brother Ali quickly said in a sincere tone of empathy, Although the great sect didn't say it clearly, I can roughly guess. The matter of Xingqing Prefecture can't be salvaged by human beings, so the great sect doesn't need to take it to heart. In that situation, unless the great Khan, Tongtian Shaman, or evil master came in person, no one else could have done better than the great sect. Song Qingshu pretended to be touched and said, I didn't expect Your Highness to understand me. It's a pity that everyone in Helen City looks down on me because of this, even the great Khan. He purposely didn't finish his words and directly picked up the wine cup and drank it. Brother Ali saw that he had clearly drunk so much that he should be extremely resistant to wine now, but he still took the initiative to drink. It was clear that he was extremely frustrated and could not help but feel happy. Of course, he still pretended to be sympathetic. The great Khan is fine. He has a great bearing and probably won't care about such a small matter. Instead, it's you who abandoned Su Liaowu and probably offended him greatly. Lao Wu and Lao Si have always had the best relationship, so I'm afraid that Lao Si will also have some complaints about you. Song Qingshu pretended to be frightened and uneasy. I later saved 5th Wang Ye and 4th Wang Fei. I'm sure they won't hold a grudge against me. How can the great sects be so naive? Brother Ali noticed his expression and felt slightly proud. He had almost broken through the other's mental defenses. Lao Wu is the most vengeful person. Lao Si may look kind on the outside, but he is also full of evil tricks. For those in power, if you are disloyal once, you will not be repaid 100 times. Even if they really let bygones be bygones, no matter how magnanimous they will not hold you accountable. Why would they put you in an important position again? There are no outsiders here, so I will say something from the bottom of my heart. Brother Ali put an arm around his shoulder and said, Although the great Khan is wise and invincible, he is old. In the future, if Lao Si ascends to the throne, the great sects should prepare a backup plan in advance. Song Qingshu naturally could not make Shuiwe great sect look like an idiot and immediately took advantage of the situation. Thank you, Your Highness, for your guidance. In the future, if Your Highness has any orders, as long as it does not go against the Great Khan, this one will do my best to help. Brother Ali did not expect him to be so understanding. He could not help but be overjoyed. Good, good, good. Come and pick a beauty, take your pick. After all, Song Qingshu did not choose any beauties. After the banquet, Brother Alibur specially sent Dan Yuru to send him back. At the same time, Brother Alibur winked at him and said, I created a chance for you. Whether you can succeed tonight depends on your ability. Although he said so, he did not take it seriously. A woman of Dan Yuru's status would not allow a man to get close to her so easily. It should be known that with his status and power, he had always wanted to get close to her. Thank you, Your Highness. Song Qingshu did have something to ask Dan Yuru. Dan Yuru naturally pretended to be reluctant but helpless. Once they were out of everyone's sight, she immediately approached Song Qingshu with an affectionate expression. Young master, you're amazing. Not only did you manage to get Alandart who is the best drinker here, drunk, you even defeated the famous Hong Qigong. You're really in the limelight tonight. Song Qingshu shook the unique braid of Shuiwei Great Sect. Ah, there is no other way. Some people cannot hide their excellence no matter how hard they try. Dan Yuru covered her mouth and laughed. But what I admire most about you is that you actually took advantage of Princess Yaluan openly. How is it? How does it feel? It feels good. Song Qingshu replied subconsciously. But he immediately reacted and blushed. He coughed and said, All right, let's get down to business. Why is your master so concerned about Guojing? Dan Yuru shook her head. I have never heard of any relationship between master and Guojing. Maybe she has always been concerned about Guojing. Concerned about that Gua guy? Song Qingshu was confused. Yes. Dan Yuru frowned slightly. For as long as I can remember, master has always been concerned about Guojing. She has always asked about his hometown and background. There is such a hobby in the world. Song Qingshu was momentarily confused. Meanwhile, on the other side, Hai Wanli had already returned to his residence. He was meeting with his confidant in the study. Zhenhai, how is it going? If Song Qingshu was here, he would definitely recognize this man as the middle-aged man who had appeared with Hai Wanli at the inn. He nodded slowly. In reply to Your Highness, the news has already been sent to Huajing through some channels. Chapter 23:16. By the way, Hai Wanli paused, then asked, It wasn't one of us who passed the message, right? Hai Zhenhai replied, Don't worry, consort. I know what I'm doing. The message was passed through 7 or 8 hands, and I've already cut off all the clues in between. Even if something happens in the future, they won't be able to trace it back to us. That's good. We just need to watch the show. Hai Wanli smiled sweetly, as if she didn't care about the bloodlust in Hai Zhenhai's words. After Song Qingshu returned to his residence, Dan Yuru didn't leave in a hurry. Instead, she looked at him quietly with her beautiful eyes. Mister, aren't you going to invite me in for a cup of tea? Song Qingshu knew that she was deliberately teasing him, so he waved his hand in annoyance. Why are you drinking tea so late at night? Be careful, you won't be able to sleep if you drink too much. Dan Yuru pursed her lips and smiled. The northern desert is bitter cold. It's hard to sleep alone. Mister needs a woman to sleep with. Song Qingshu's face darkened. You keep tempting me. Aren't you afraid that I won't be able to control myself? What will you do then? Mister's words hurt my heart. As long as Mister wants it, I won't reject it. Dan Yuru looked at him in surprise. Song Qingshu couldn't help but admire her acting skills. She made it look so real. However, he didn't want to provoke these seductresses from the demonic sect. All right. I don't feel like it today. You can go back by yourself. Mister, you've drunk a little too much today. You should rest well. I won't disturb you any longer. I'll take my leave first. Danyuru bowed as she spoke. She was dressed in a white dress, and when she bowed, her sleeves fluttered. She didn't look like a seductress at all. Instead, she looked like a fairy. After she left, Song Qingshu planned to go straight to Zhao Min's place. However, when he remembered that there was someone else in the house, he had a headache. At this time, the Wind Lady heard the commotion outside and rushed out. When she saw him, she couldn't help but exclaim excitedly, "Master, you're back. I've already prepared hot water. Unfortunately, there are no hot springs in the northern desert plains. Otherwise, I would be able to scrub Master's back for you." Song Qingshu's eyelids twitched. A big demon had just left, and now a little demon had come. Did she really think that he was Lu Xiaohui? He didn't know what this fellow from the Water Moon sect had taught this female disciple in the past, but the more he looked, the more they didn't seem like master and disciple at all. "No need to trouble yourself. You can go to sleep." Song Qingshu was too lazy to bother, so he directly used the soul transfer technique to give her a hint. This was also due to the inspiration he got from Danyuru during the day. The Wind Maiden's expression froze for a moment before she obediently went back to sleep. The reason why he didn't hit her acupuncture point was because he had seen too many melodramatic dramas in his previous life. A woman would be defenseless when her acupuncture point was hit, and in the end, another villain would take advantage of her weakness. Although he had nothing to do with the Wind Lady, he didn't want a woman to get hurt because of him. After settling things here, he ran to Zhao Min's boudoir with ease and told her what happened today. "This brother Ali looks silly, but I didn't expect him to be too timing." Zhao Min couldn't help but sigh when she found out that he was very close to Yaluan and Hai Wanli. Song Qingshu was speechless. "That's not how you use two timing. As long as that's what it means." Zhao Min giggled. "The hatred between the Wokuotai faction and the Thor faction is as deep as the ocean. No wonder he doesn't dare to let Hai Wanli and Yaluan meet." Song Qingshu said, "I don't know if he's brave or stupid. If the news of him working with Hai Wanli gets out, the other kings of the Thor faction will be the first to reject him. He has no choice." Zhao Min's beautiful eyes flashed with intelligence. Now that Kubilai's power is growing, and he has an ally like Su Liawu, he can't do anything alone. Even if he allied with Princess Yaluan, Brother Meng is still dead. The strength of his faction is not what it used to be, so he naturally needs external help. But compared to this, I'm more concerned about another piece of news I received today, Zhao Min suddenly said. Seeing her solemn expression, Song Qingshu couldn't help but be confused. "What news?" Today, a strange piece of news suddenly spread through the streets and alleys of Helen City. "It's about the treasure of Gao Chang ancient country," Zhao Min said slowly. Song Qingshu wasn't surprised that she was able to gather so much information even though she was under house arrest. Gao Chang ancient country's treasure? Isn't that just a lie? You know about this treasure? Zhao Min was slightly surprised. Song Qingshu didn't know how to explain it to her. He could only say vaguely, what kind of treasure could a small country in the western regions that has been destroyed for hundreds of years have? In the White Horse Roaring West Wind, the treasure of Gao Chang ancient country was actually a collection of books, 4 treasures of the study, and other items that had been passed down from the Tang dynasty. These things were very rare in the western regions, so they were naturally treated as precious items. He didn't expect that they would mislead the future generations. That might not be true. Gao Chang ancient country was the hub of the Silk Road. Merchants from both the east and the west would pass through here. It's not strange that they accumulated a large amount of wealth, Zhao Min said. And there have been rumors of Gao Chang ancient country's treasure in the grasslands. However, Gao Chang ancient country has been destroyed for hundreds of years, so no one knows exactly where it is. But from the news I received today, it seems that a merchant accidentally discovered the ruins of Gao Chang ancient country deep in a desert. Why do you think this news is strange? Song Qingshu suddenly remembered the adjective she had just used. Because it happened at this critical juncture, Zhao Min blinked. According to reliable sources, Princess Huajing entered the palace today to report to the Great Khan that Guojing was bestowed the title of Golden Blade's son-in-law because he had helped the Mongols conquer Samarkand. Later, Guojing broke the engagement and ran away. These years, she has been a laughing stock for being alone. She doesn't want others to think that she married someone else because she couldn't find a husband. So she hopes that her future husband will also be able to make a great contribution before she is willing to marry him. Now that the Mongols are fighting everywhere, they are consuming a lot of money, food, and supplies. If the other party can find the treasure of Gaochang ancient country and present it to the Khan, then she will be willing to marry such a hero. Then Temujin agreed. Song Qingshu immediately understood Huajing's plan. She and Guojing were stuck together like glue every day, so how could she want to marry? She was probably saying this to use an illusory treasure to indefinitely delay the date of her wedding. Although the Khan has many children, she is the only daughter of his first wife. He has always doted on her, and in addition to the fact that he felt guilty about the Golden Blade's son-in-law, he naturally agreed, Zhao Min replied. But isn't this a slap in the face to the Hongjiara family? Song Qingshu was puzzled. That Hua Chun is not young anymore, and his daughter is already a princess. Why would he be like those hot-blooded youths who go through so much trouble for the sake of love? With Temujin's methods, he will definitely have a corresponding method to appease them. We will see tomorrow. Zhao Min snorted. Clearly, she had a deep impression of Temujin's method. Let's talk about tomorrow's matters tomorrow. It's getting late, let's get some rest. Song Qingshu was tipsy, and under the candlelight, he felt that the beauty in front of him was even more charming. Zhao Min hurriedly pushed him away. You reek of alcohol, so dirty. Originally, there was a sweet maid who prepared hot water for me and even wanted to scrub my back, but I thought of you, so I directly refused and ran over. Song Qingshu chased after her with a face full of saliva. You really know how to walk. Zhao Min's face turned red, and she could not finish her sentence. Even with the face of the Shueyue clan, there are still women who take the initiative to throw themselves at you. Chapter 23:17. Early the next morning, not long after Song Qingshu returned to his residence, a messenger came to inform him that the Khan wanted to see him. His heart skipped a beat. Temujin's last few meetings had left a deep impression on him. Temujin's oppressive aura was too strong, and he always felt that he was a great threat to him. Add to that the fact that there were several other top-level masters in the palace, and Temujin felt unsure every time he went to the palace. But no matter how afraid he was, he still had to go. This time, the guard did not lead him to the palace, but to the outskirts of the city. Song Qingshu suspected that this was a trap set up by someone and that there might be an ambush ahead of them. However, it did not take long before he was led to a gigantic tent. Only then did he realize that the Mongolians were more used to living in tents. It was also because they had conquered too much territory over the years, and there were too many people under their jurisdiction. Due to the needs of government affairs, they had to build cities like the Han people in Helen. When he arrived at the king's tent, other people also came one after another. Many of them were old acquaintances that he had seen a few times before. Temujin was talking to a middle-aged man in the tent. Other than a patch of bangs the size of a child's palm in the middle of the man's head, the rest of his hair was shaved, and he had a pair of braids on the back of his head. Oh, it's a double ponytail. Gentlemen on the internet loved this hairstyle in my previous life. Song Qingshu guessed. Don't worry, Great Khan. I will definitely find the Gaochang labyrinth. The middle-aged man patted his chest, full of energy. This guy is Wochen? How did he have a daughter as beautiful as Princess Yaluan when he looks so shabby? Could he be the old Wang from next door? I had originally said that I would grant you and Huajing a marriage, but who knew that she would make such a fuss? Sigh, it must have been hard on you. Temujin's tone was somewhat apologetic. What are you talking about, Great Khan? Besides, what the princess said is not without reason. Now that the Mongolians are conquering the world, we need money everywhere. If we can find the Gaochang treasure, we can share the burden of the country and marry the princess legitimately. Naturally, I would be happy to do so, Wochen replied. Temujin nodded. In that case, I will allow you to keep 30% of the Gaochang treasure. Thank you, Great Khan. If his previous words were a bit pompous, then right now, Wu Chen was smiling from the bottom of his heart. This was a country's treasury. Even 30% was an astronomical figure. Song Qingshu curled his lips. You can laugh now, but when you see what these treasures are, you won't even have time to cry. But the journey is long, and there may be hidden dangers in the desert. Temujin paused for a moment, then said, Borchu, you will lead 1,000 Xie Shui and escort Wochen. If he loses even a hair on the way, I will hold you responsible. Don't worry, Great Khan, another Mongolian man said with a clear voice. Song Qingshu had been chatting with Zhao Min these past few days, and he had a general understanding of the structure of the Xie Shui army. Naya was the nominal commander of the Xie Shui army, and he was directly in charge of the Xie Shui Imperial Guards and Quiver Warriors. These were the elites of the elite. The 8 divine archers of the Ruyang Palace had used their amazing archery skills to defeat countless masters in the Central Plains, and each of the Quiver Warriors had the strength of the 8 divine archers. The Ruyang Palace only had 8 of them, but there were over 1,000 Quiver Warriors. The Imperial Guards, on the other hand, were made up of masters from all over the world. A single Quiver Warrior could only be considered a second-rate master in the Jianghu, but they were experts in teamwork. If surrounded by them, as long as the terrain was suitable, they could even kill a grandmaster. In addition, the Xie Shui army had 4 generals, Makali, Borchu, and Chailan, who were in charge of the 1st to 4th Xie Shui. Sanji Chinese network among them, Makali and Borchu were 2 of the first 4 to be granted the title of 10,000 households. Their statuses were respected, and they usually had their own fiefdoms to take care of, so they were only in name in the Xie Shui army. Temujin's bodyguards mainly relied on Naya, Borchu, and Chila Borchu, and Borchu's names sounded like brothers, but in reality, they were not related by blood. Borchu was Temujin's childhood friend, a sworn brother who had fought alongside him from the very beginning, and had saved Temujin's life several times. His status was respected, and his military exploits were so great that Temujin was later given the title of Great Meritorious Minister, and he was one of the 4 great 1,000 households. Borchu was later adopted by Temujin's mother on the battlefield. In terms of military exploits and status, he was much lower than Borchu. Borchu was a general, while Borchu could only be considered a captain of the guards. Song Qingshu was recalling Zhao Min's comments when he suddenly saw the white-robed old man Wusun step forward and say, Great Khan, I will go with you. What are you going to do? Temujin was surprised. The location of the legendary Gaochang treasure trove is very close to the Bongmati tribe, Wusun replied. I have some friendship with the people of the Bongmati tribe, so I can ask them to provide me with a guide. Finding the treasure will be much easier. Seeing Wusun's serious face, as if he was a respectable old man, Song Qingshu almost laughed out loud. If he had not eavesdropped on the conversation between him and Hua Jing, he might have believed this nonsense. Others might not know, but Song Qingshu himself did not know that Wusun was not going to find a guide, but to ask for the 30 beauties that Hua Jing had promised him. Wusun's face was pale, and his eyes showed signs of exhaustion. It was obvious that his last battle with Xiao Luo had taken a great toll on him, but this did not dispel his desire to pursue the beauties. The Bongmati tribe is one of Hua Jing's fiefs. Temujin thought for a moment, then seemed to have thought of something. Oh well, it's good to have you go with me. Even if something unexpected happens, you will be able to deal with it. However, you are good at psychic manipulation and not good at close combat. Well, how about this? You can come with us to the Shueisha clan. Song Qingshu paused for a moment, then stepped forward and replied, yes. He did not understand why he was chosen. After all, the Shueisha clan had just made such a big mistake. Theoretically speaking, it should have been abandoned. Very well, today you all go back and prepare yourselves. We will depart early tomorrow morning. Temujin slapped his knee and made the decision. Yes. They all left the tent. Bor pulled Wusun aside and whispered to him. Song Qingshu's ears immediately perked up. I've heard that the Bangmati tribe is full of beauties. This is a good opportunity to see for myself, Bor laughed. Wusun immediately became anxious. That is Princess Hua Zheng's fief, don't you dare mess around. What a joke, all the beauties in the tribe were his property. How could he allow others to touch them? As long as I don't force myself on them, it's fine. Even if you and I are both willing, the princess can't interfere. Bor said as he rubbed his hands. I heard that there is a girl called Aman in that tribe. She is the most beautiful flower in the plains for hundreds of miles. And it seems that her mother, Yali Xian, was also a famous beauty in the plains. Even the Khan had some thoughts about her, but for some unknown reason, nothing happened. Aman? Yali Xian? Hearing the female leads of the white horse neighing in the west wind, Song Qingshu could not help but ask, I heard that they are not from the Taiyin tribe. How did they become the Bangmati tribe? Chapter 23:18. Song Qingshu was speechless. Shueisha sect was a Dongying man. Who the hell would know that the same tribe was called differently in Mongolian and Chinese? Fortunately, Bor helped him out. It's normal that he doesn't know. If I hadn't heard you mention it today, I wouldn't have known that the Han people call the Baloma Taisher tribe the Taiyin tribe. I'm being silly. Elder Wu's son slapped his forehead. He finally realized what was going on. But this shows how much the Han culture has influenced Dongying. We must be very careful when we conquer the Central Plains in the future. We can't be like those grassland dynasties who conquered the Central Plains in the past. Bor suddenly laughed. How can those grassland dynasties be compared to our Mongolian Empire? We've been conquering the East and West and built a country that spanned tens of thousands of miles. We've seen many civilizations that are as developed as the Han people. We'll definitely learn from them. How can we be restricted to the Han people? Hearing these people talking as if conquering the Central Plains was a piece of cake, Song Qingshu sneered. He could not let civilization be destroyed by these barbarians. Elder Wu's son then called a few people who were related to this trip for a meeting. They discussed the things to take note of and the preparation work to be done. After the discussion was done, they all went home to rest. Song Qingshu returned to Helen City. He was thinking about going to talk to Zhao Min about this when he suddenly saw a familiar carriage parked in front of his house. Wasn't this the carriage of Princess Yaluan that he saw outside Alabuj's residence yesterday? But this time, the driver was not Alan Darren. She must have been drunk and had not recovered yet. What is she doing here? Song Qingshu was very curious and walked over. The guards around the carriage noticed someone approaching and were obviously on guard. They saw his face clearly. It was hard not to recognize him, since he had a drinking contest with Alan Darren last night. Someone approached the carriage and whispered. Soon, the curtain of the carriage was lifted, revealing Princess Yaluan's dignified and beautiful face. Hello, elder brother. Greetings, princess. Song Qingshu pretended to bow and then asked curiously, Why are you looking for me, princess? Princess Yaluan hesitated for a moment. Let's talk about it in the car. Song Qingshu was stunned and subconsciously thought that there was some kind of ambush in the carriage. He hurriedly used his qi to investigate and found that she was alone. This made him even more puzzled. Noticing his expression, Princess Yaluan said slowly, My identity is special now. If someone sees me in your room, it will cause trouble. So let's talk on the way. Do you mind? Of course you can. Song Qingshu cursed inwardly. He really couldn't understand the other party's strange train of thought. They didn't want to enter the room, but they were willing to share the same carriage. No matter how he looked at it, it was more like they were in the carriage, right? After he entered the carriage, Song Qingshu smelled a unique fragrance that was mixed with the fragrance of milk in the air. He instinctively looked down and could not help but sigh in his heart. Are all the Mongolians so talented? The carriage began to move slowly. Princess Yaluan suddenly stood up and bowed to him, which made Song Qingshu reach out to help her. What are you doing, Princess? Princess Yaluan frowned slightly and retracted her hand without a trace. Then she said, I came here today to apologize to the main sect. Why are you apologizing to me, Princess? Song Qingshu was even more puzzled. I didn't manage my subordinates well. Yesterday, my subordinates offended the main sect. I hope you don't mind. Princess Yaluan said as she handed over a small box. This is a small token of my apology. I hope you will accept it. Against the grain of the wooden box, her wrist looked whiter than milk. Song Qingshu did not take it. Instead, he frowned and said, Yesterday's incident, Alan and I have already talked about it at the table. You don't have to do this, Princess. Although the martial arts of the Shueihua sect were high, he was still a guest. The other party was a high and mighty princess. Why was she so polite to him? Princess Yaluan said, This time I came to the main sect not only to apologize for yesterday's incident, but also to ask for a favor. Only then did Song Qingshu feel relieved. What is it, Princess? Feel free to tell me. But Princess Yaluan said angrily, Does the main sect want me to keep holding it up like this? My hands are very tired. Song Qingshu's heart skipped a beat. Was this woman using her beauty to seduce him? But then he noticed that her eyes were very clear and immediately realized that he had misunderstood. She must have been feeling it. Recently, he had been a little nervous because of Danyuru and the Wind Girl. If that's the case, I'll do as you say. Song Qingshu took the small wooden box. Worried that there might be a trap inside, he used his zhenqi to examine it. It should contain a pair of jade horses or something similar. The main sect's style of speaking is quite similar to that of the Han people. Princess Yaluan pursed her lips and smiled. Shallow dimples appeared on her cheek. Maybe this trip to the Xingqing prefecture has infected me with some of the habits there. Song Qingshu's heart skipped a beat. He had to pay more attention to these details in the future. Fortunately, Princess Yaluan just said it casually. She continued, My father is going to the desert to search for the treasure of the Gao Chang kingdom. I don't know how dangerous it will be. The main sect's kung fu is very strong, so please take care of my father. Hua Chun was born in the Hongjiara tribe and had a high status. Naturally, he had been conferred the title of king long ago. But he was only a two-word king, which was not as high as the one-word kings of the golden families. Song Qingshu thought that she got the news really fast. Protecting the Lord is my duty. Why should I trouble you to give me such a big gift? He wanted to return the box as he said this. If the main sect doesn't accept it, I won't be at ease. Princess Yaluan pushed the box back and sighed faintly. I've seen too many things over the years. It doesn't hurt to be careful. Seeing the sadness on her face, Song Qingshu asked tentatively, Is the princess thinking of the Lord? I've embarrassed myself in front of the main sect. Princess Yaluan's expression changed slightly. She regained her usual graceful and dignified expression. I've been feeling uneasy for the past 2 days. It's as if something is going to happen on this trip to the desert. I'll have to trouble you to protect my father. Thank you for the reminder, Princess. I'll be careful on this trip. Song Qingshu also knew that this trip was strange, but he didn't expect this woman to be so perceptive. Thank you for your hard work, main sect. I'll send you back now. Yaluan smiled faintly. She then ordered the guard to drive the carriage back to the main sex mansion. Just then, the sound of hurried horse hooves rang out. It was followed by a steady male voice. "Oh, isn't this sister-in-law's carriage? Kublai greets sister-in-law." Princess Yaluan's brows furrowed. She replied calmly, "So it's fourth brother. I'm a little tired today, so I won't be coming out to return the greeting. I hope fourth brother won't take offense." Chapter 23:19. Kublai immediately said, "Which madam is sister-in-law traveling with today?" Princess Yaluan frowned. "I'm alone." Song Qingshu cursed under his breath. She was obviously trying to avoid trouble, but her answer brought trouble to herself. "I see. Then I won't disturb you any more," Kublai said. Song Qingshu was stunned. Was he going to let it go just like that? Just then, a gust of wind blew past them and a figure rushed into the carriage. Song Qingshu instinctively fought back. In the blink of an eye, the two of them had exchanged more than 10 blows. Princess Yaluan's guards finally reacted. They pulled out their weapons and shouted, "What is the fourth prince doing? Sister-in-law seems to have been kidnapped. Please forgive her if she has offended you." Kublai's voice came from outside. Princess Yaluan recovered from her shock and shouted, "Grand Preceptor, stop!" The person who rushed into the carriage was wearing a yellow robe. He was tall and skinny, and his body was like a bamboo stick. His forehead was slightly sunken, making him look like a plate. Song Qingshu was stunned. It was his old friend, Jinluan Fuang. Jinluan Fuang was stunned. It didn't seem like a kidnapping at all. Were the two of them having an affair? But when he saw the face of the Shueiyue sect, and the reputation of Princess Yaluan, who had always been clean, he immediately extinguished this thought. "Please forgive me, Princess. When I heard what Princess Yaluan said, I thought that Princess Yaluan was being held hostage, so I offended Princess Yaluan in a hurry." Princess Yaluan didn't even look at him. She lifted the curtain and glared at the man outside. "Kublai, you're getting more and more impudent. How dare you send someone to crash into my carriage?" Song Qingshu had a playful expression on his face. The last few times he had seen her, she had always been calm and collected. Now she was so angry because of this. Could it be that Kublai, who Ali Buge mentioned, had tried to offend her? A young man in his early 20s in front of the carriage bowed and said, "Sister-in-law, please forgive me. Recently, the city has not been peaceful. First, the Red Sun Dharmaraja was mysteriously killed. Then, Elder Wu's son was attacked. I noticed that there was an additional person in your carriage, and I heard you say that you were alone. I thought that you were being threatened, so I was a little worried." Song Qingshu's eyes couldn't help but light up. These days, he'd gotten used to seeing those boorish-looking barbarians that acted fiercely. So when he suddenly saw such a polite, modest, and amiable person, he was truly slightly surprised. "You don't have to worry about me." Princess Yaluan's expression was cold. "The Shueiyue sect is my guest, they're not bad people. Can you please move aside?" Kublai didn't mind. "That's good. I already sent someone to deliver an invitation to the Shueiyue sect, but it looks like they didn't receive it. I'll invite you to a banquet tonight. I hope you'll come." Song Qingshu felt like he had seen a ghost. How did the Shueiyue sect suddenly become so popular? However, he had an important reason for coming to the north. He wanted to familiarize himself with these nobles, so that it would be easier for him to do things in the future. He agreed, "Thank you, Your Highness. I'll be there on time." Hearing him agree, Princess Yaluan's expression turned cold, but she didn't say anything. Kublai smiled at him and then turned to Yaluan. "Sister-in-law, you're alone right now. Why don't you join us at the banquet?" Princess Yaluan rejected him. "No need, I'm not feeling well. I need to rest." Kublai sighed. "I hope sister-in-law can forgive me for what I did today. I won't disturb you anymore." As he spoke, he moved to the side. His subordinates also moved to the side. As for Jinluan Fuang, he had already returned to his side. "Let's go," Princess Yaluan put down the curtain and ordered. Wuyo Chinese network her subordinates sheathed their swords and continued to escort the carriage away. As he watched the carriage leave, Jinluan Fuang couldn't help but ask, "Your Highness, Princess Yaluan is very careful about her reputation and never gets close to men. Why did she let the Shueihua sect ride with her today?" Kubilai's eyes flashed. "I want to know as well." "You don't have to worry about this, just find a chance to ask the Shueihua sect during the banquet." Jinluan Fuang comforted him. "Oh right, I also want to recommend a young master to your recruitment center. He's about the same age as you, but his martial arts aren't any weaker than mine." "There's someone like that in the world?" Kubilai was instantly interested. Jinluan Fuang smiled. "You'll know when you get back." In the carriage, Song Qingshu couldn't help but ask, "Princess, you seem to dislike the fourth prince?" Princess Yaluan's expression turned cold. "Don't ask what you shouldn't ask." Song Qingshu pursed his lips, thinking that no matter how courteous these princes and princesses usually appear to be, they still treat these masters as servants. As soon as Princess Yaluan said this, she realized that it was inappropriate and apologized. "I'm sorry, I wasn't in a good mood so I lost my composure." "It's fine," Song Qingshu said lightly. Princess Yaluan felt that the atmosphere was a bit awkward, so she tried to find a topic to talk about. Why did the Shueihua sect accept the fourth prince's invitation? Song Qingshu was surprised. "Can't I go?" Princess Yaluan hesitated for a moment, then said, "You just went to the seventh prince's place last night and now you're going to the fourth prince's place. You know that the two of them are like fire and water. This kind of behavior can easily be seen as two-faced." Song Qingshu indifferently said, "A grand prince personally invited me, so how could I refuse? Besides, I am a guest official subordinate to the Great Khan, not a prince." Princess Yaluan frowned and said softly, "The Great Khan is getting old. One day you'll have to make a choice. Otherwise, when the time comes, you won't be able to get anything out of it, no matter which one of them goes up on stage." "Thank you for your advice, Princess. I'll remember it." Song Qingshu bowed. Princess Yaluan was a little annoyed by his polite words, but she knew that she and Brother Alabuge were allies, and if she continued to persuade him, it would be the opposite of what she wanted. Then, the entire carriage fell into silence. Luckily, not long after, the guard outside said, "We've arrived at the Great Khan's mansion." Song Qingshu stood up and said goodbye. Yaluan grunted softly and continued to look into the distance through the curtain. She seemed to be thinking about something, but she seemed to be in a daze. After all, she was a high and mighty princess. No matter how good the Great Khan's martial arts were, the Shueihua Great Khan was just a pawn of the imperial court. She had shown enough kindness before, so how could she really treat the Great Khan as an equal? Chapter 23:20. Song Qingshu couldn't help but roll his eyes at the mischievous woman in front of him. "What are you thinking about?" "I'm thinking about something else." The Wind Maiden giggled and said, "This Princess Yaluan is so beautiful and has such a lovely aura. Which man wouldn't be attracted to her?" "Master, you don't have to be embarrassed to admit it." Song Qingshu couldn't be bothered to argue with her. He threw the wooden box to her and said, "This is her gift. You can have it." "What is it?" The Wind Maiden opened the box and her eyes lit up. "Wow, this pair of jade horses is so beautiful. I can tell that it's priceless." Song Qingshu said angrily, "I realize that you people like to exaggerate. You always say that it's priceless. Although this pair of jade horses is expensive, it's only worth a few thousand taels of silver at most. It's not priceless." The Wind Maiden blinked and said, "Master, you're so boring. If Princess Yaluan hears you, she'll think that you think her gift is too small." Song Qingshu waved his hand and said, all right. I'm going to rest now. Don't disturb me." He had expended a lot of energy running around these past few nights. He needed to rest and recharge his energy. Oh, by the way, the fourth Marquis sent a message to invite you to a banquet, the Wind Maiden shouted from behind. Got it. Song Qingshu roughly told her about his encounter with Kublai. Master, I want to go too, the Wind Maiden said pitifully. Song Qingshu wanted to reject her, but after thinking about it, he realized that it wouldn't be nice of him to knock her out or hit her acupuncture points all day. Plus, she was always by the Shuiwei Grand Master's side. If she didn't show up for a long time, it would be suspicious, so he agreed. That's great. The Wind Maiden jumped up excitedly. She had been cooped up at home for the past few days. Song Qingshu rested for a few hours and then brought the Wind Maiden to the fourth Marquis Palace. The guards at the door had already received orders, and when they heard that he was coming, they quickly let him in. On the way, they bumped into Kublai, who was coming out. Kublai smiled and pulled his hand. Great master, you've come at the right time. Let me introduce you to the people in my palace. This is Zitsong. He was a government official when he was young and later became a monk. He is very knowledgeable and is my right-hand man. Greetings, Secretary Kong. Song Qingshu sized up the monk in front of him. He was about 40 years old. Although he said he was a monk, his appearance was refined and his expression and behavior were like that of a scholar. There was a flash of surprise in Lu Bingzhong's eyes. Great master, you've actually heard of me? I'm really flattered. Although his current position was important, he didn't have an official position, so most people didn't know about him. Song Qingshu casually complimented him, and Kublai started to introduce him to other people. The great Confucian scholar Zhao Bai and the strategist Yao Shu. When he mentioned Yao Shu, he looked at him. He was quite skinny and had a goatee. Coupled with the occasional glint in his eyes, it was obvious that he was the kind of person who had a lot of thoughts. If Lu Bingzhong was like Sun Yu, a minister who assisted the emperor, then Yao Shu was like Chen Ping and Jia Su, a poisonous man who was good at scheming. If he were to go up against Kublai in the future, he would have to be wary of this person. Originally, he wanted to meet Kublai's number one general, who was also the commander who destroyed the Song Boyan. Unfortunately, Boyan wasn't here today. However, he saw another famous general, Shi Tianzi. He was a middle-aged man with a calm expression. The Shi family was originally a powerful Han family during a time of chaos. They gathered their troops to protect themselves and later surrendered to the Mongols. They became a famous general and in history, he was a person who became a minister. Song Qingshu sighed to himself. No wonder the Mongols were undefeated these past few years. They had too many capable people under their command. At this time, Jinluan Fuang also walked over. Your Highness, the young hero I mentioned before has arrived. Although he's young, he's an outstanding person. Kublai trusted him a lot, and when he heard this, he couldn't help but be overjoyed. Quick, invite him in. Song Qingshu was also very curious about this young hero. He wanted to know what kind of young man was worthy of such praise. Brother Yang, Miss Gongsun, come in. Jinluan Fuang waved to the other side. Song Qingshu looked towards the direction of the voice and couldn't help but be startled. It's him. The person who came had sharp eyebrows and bright eyes. He was extremely handsome, but there was some white hair on the sides of his temples. His eyes were filled with the vicissitudes of life, and he looked older than his actual age. The Wind Maiden next to him pulled on his sleeve and said in a low voice, Master, Master, this person is so handsome. Even many Mongolian girls looked over with stars in their eyes. Song Qingshu had a strange expression on his face. He really missed Yang Guo the moment he saw him. He didn't think that Yang Guo would be able to get a bunch of fangirls wherever he went. The person who came was obviously Yang Guo. He had lost contact with him after their last meeting. He didn't think that he would come to the desert. There was also a beautiful girl next to him. Her skin was extremely white and her eyes were clear. However, she would occasionally look at Yang Guo with a hint of shyness in her eyes. Her green dress accentuated her slim waist. Who is this girl? Her surname is Gong Sun and she's dressed in green, could it be her? Song Qingshu thought to himself. Kublai looked at Yang Guo and couldn't help but praise him. As expected, he has an imposing appearance and looks like a talented person. I'm really happy to see so many handsome people today. Quick, bring some wine over, I want to drink with Daozi and this brother. He brought over 4 large cups and filled them with Mongolian horse milk wine. Kublai took the cup and drank it in one gulp. Fuang also drank his cup and Song Qingshu drank his cup as well. The horse milk wine tasted sour at first, but after getting used to it, it felt quite good. Yang Guo rarely drank, but when he saw that his master was acting like this, he couldn't refuse, so he drank his cup as well. Kublai laughed. Everyone in the city knows that Daozi can drink. I didn't think that Brother Yang would be so generous. What do you think of this wine? Yang Guo said, This wine is spicy and sour, it tastes like a knife when it enters the mouth. It doesn't taste good, but it's the taste of a real man. Kublai was delighted and called for more wine. The 3 of them drank 3 cups each. Yang Guo used his internal energy to drink without batting an eyelid. Kublai said happily, Imperial tutor, where did you find such a talented person? He's the fortune of Mongolia. Fuang then told him about Yang Guo's experiences. His words raised Yang Guo's status very high, as if he was an important person in the world of Wulin. Yang Guo didn't look happy at all after being praised by Fuang, instead he looked even more lonely. Song Qingshu sighed. Jinluan, Fuang and Yang Guo were really good friends, they could even get together like this. Kublai was delighted and ordered a banquet to be held. Not long after, the banquet was filled with wine and meat. The Mongolians and the Han ate half of the food. Kublai said to his attendants, Invite the heroes from the recruitment hall. His attendants complied and left the tent. Kublai said, A few more guests have come to the recruitment hall these past few days, each with their own talents. It's a blessing for our country, but they can't compare to the imperial tutor, Daozi and Master Yang, who are both talented in both the pen and the sword. Chapter 23-21. While they were talking, the people on the left and right reported that guests had arrived. The tent door opened and a few people walked in. Song Qingshu was delighted. They were all old acquaintances. The one in front was tall and thin, his face was pale, he looked like a zombie. Naturally it was Xiaoxiangzi. The second person was short and dark. He was a master from India, mimixing. The third person had a high nose and deep eyes. He had curly hair and a yellow beard. He was a barbarian. He was dressed in Han clothing. He had pearls around his neck and jade bracelets on his wrists. He was Inkashi. Behind them came another 3 people. The one in front was tall and his hair was half black and half white. He had an indescribable aura about him. Kublai introduced him as the head of the Snow Mountain sect, Mr. Wade, by Zizai. Song Qingshu remembered that he had met the assassins of the Snow Mountain sect in the prison of Jingzhou City. From them, he found out that the Snow Mountain sect had sided with Kublai. However, this was the first time he had seen their head. Was this the arrogant old man in the book? Judging from his breathing and footwork, his internal energy was pretty good. However, why was it different from the internal energy of the other people of the Snow Mountain sect? He had met with the people of the Snow Mountain sect in the Vulture Palace. Those disciples' sword techniques were average, but their internal energy was far weaker than Bai Zizai's. At this moment, Ashio's pretty figure appeared in his mind. That shy and bashful girl had left a good impression on him. It was a pity that she did not come with Bai Zizai. This was not considered a bad thing. There were many super-ranked bigwigs in Helen City, and it was child's play for them to take liberties with ordinary girls. Kidnapping on the streets was also a common occurrence. With the ability of Bai Zizai and the Snow Mountain sect, they might not be able to protect her. There are also 2 other top-notch masters. Fuang has met them before. This is Priest Bai Shen and this is the leader of the Jin Gang sect. They are both top-notch masters. Kublai's words woke Song Qingshu up from his thoughts, and he looked at the 2 of them in surprise. Weren't they under the Ruyang Palace? However, she immediately felt relieved. Now that the Ruyang mansion was in trouble, these 2 people were not the kind of people who were loyal to their master and had noble moral conduct. It was expected that they would decisively change side. However, in this way, the number of people that Zhao Min could use became fewer and fewer. Though Jinluan Fuang didn't like the character of the 2, he had fought them before and admired their martial arts. He didn't dare to slight them and warmly chatted with them. The 2 of them had just switched factions, so they were a little nervous at first. But now that they saw the attitude of this side, their worried hearts couldn't help but relax, and the smiles on their faces grew wider. Next, Kublai solemnly introduced the Water Moon sect and Yang Guo to these people. His words were full of praise. The people under Kublai's command all knew that he was one of the top fighters recruited by Temujin. However, the young Yang Guo, who looked like a pretty boy and had lost an arm, was not that easy to deal with. Priest Baisu and the leader of the Jin gang had just switched sides, so they didn't dare to be too rash. Bai Zizai, on the other hand, had been with Kublai for a long time, so he didn't have any concerns. He coldly said, "Yang Guo? How come I've never heard of this person in the Central Plains? Your Highness, don't get tricked." Kublai smiled but didn't say anything. It was obvious that he was used to the personalities of his subordinate. Scholars looked down on each other, and it was the same for warriors. Yang Guo smiled. He didn't want to argue, but Jinluan Fuang secretly said to him, "Brother Yang, the Mongolians don't care about hiding their strength. If you want His Highness to pay attention to that matter, you need to show your worth." Later on, like this, Yang Guo frowned, but in the end, he still reached out with his chopsticks and picked up a large piece of beef. He said, "This piece of beef is the biggest on this plate. I didn't want to eat it, but Your Highness has placed this plate of beef in front of me. If anyone is interested, feel free to take it." As he said this, he placed his chopsticks on the plate, waiting for people to come and take it. Song Qingshu was instantly amused. "Yang Guo, didn't you say that you didn't have any dealings with Jinluan Fuang? You're actually playing along with him? Book of Wonders, who do you think will get to eat this piece of meat?" An ethereal and pleasant voice came from beside him. Song Qingshu turned around and saw a woman in a white dress standing beside him. Her otherworldly beauty instantly became the center of attention. Even Yang Guo was stunned when he saw her. He felt that this woman's expression and temperament were very similar to his aunt's. However, he immediately snorted in his heart. Aunt was the most beautiful woman in the world. How could anyone compare to her? Kublai's eyes also revealed a look of amazement, but he quickly regained his composure. He smiled and said, "Let me introduce to everyone, this is Lady Jean Bingyun from the Demon Palace. When she first appeared in Helen City, everyone turned out. Who knows how many men's hearts have been captured by her. Right now, she's almost become the #1 beauty in Mongolia." Jean Bingyun said calmly, "Your Highness, you're exaggerating. Bingyun doesn't deserve to be called that." Song Qingshu was a bit unhappy and said, "According to what I know, isn't the #1 beauty in Mongolia the Ruyang Palace's Princess Xiaomin?" Kublai's breath stopped and he smiled embarrassedly. "Princess Xiaomin is also extremely beautiful, but, hee. Now that the Ruyang Palace had fallen, he didn't know what to say. Taoist Baishan said, "Princess Xiaomin is beautiful, but she's usually a bit too strict. She's not as kind and amiable as Miss Bingyun. Also, according to Mongolia's customs, married women lose the right to participate in the competition for the #1 beauty. Although Princess Xiaomin is married, everyone knows that she has already given herself to the Golden Snake King, Song Qingshu. Naturally, there's a competition for the number one beauty. Kublai nodded in agreement. Haha, Taoist Bai Shan is right, that's exactly what you're saying. Song Qinshu chuckled, but according to what I know, Miss Jean and Demon Master Pangban are also a couple. When he said this, everyone's expression changed. Although everyone knew this, no one said it out loud. Taoist Bai Shan laughed awkwardly. He didn't dare to talk about Pangban. Jean Bingyun's expression finally changed. She seemed embarrassed, angry, and lonely. She raised her hand to stop the people from the Demon Master Palace who were about to attack. The great sect has misunderstood. My master and I are only master and disciple, there's nothing else. Are you serious? Song Qingshu's eyes lit up. Of course. Jean Bingyun frowned slightly. Song Qingshu moved next to her and chuckled. Then doesn't this mean that I can also pursue Miss? You? Jean Bingyun's composure was finally broken. She snorted and stormed off. Jinluan Fuang, who was on the side, secretly gave him a thumbs up. Kublai also looked at him with a complicated expression. No one has ever dared to tease her like this. The great sect really has gut. Song Qingshu smiled but didn't say anything. He didn't know why Jean Bingyun would purposely get close to him, but after this incident, she probably wouldn't want to come again. Chapter 23-22. Everyone else was still immersed in Jean Bingyun's beauty. Bai Zizai, who did not like women, was the first to focus on the piece of beef in Yangguo's hand. If you don't want to eat it, then don't waste the prince's good intentions. He quickly reached out with his chopsticks. Just as his chopsticks were about to touch the beef, Yangguo's chopsticks suddenly came out and touched his chopsticks lightly. Bai Zizai felt his arm shake and almost lost his grip. Yangguo's chopsticks were pulled back just in time and caught the beef. Bai Zizai's heart trembled and he couldn't help but shout, "Good internal energy!" He prided himself on his high internal energy. Even though it was just a touch, he could feel that his opponent's internal energy was not below his own. He immediately put away his previous contempt and focused all his attention on Yangguo. This time, his chopsticks were mixed with the Snow Mountain swordplay and he used his strength to snatch the beef. However, Yangguo had been immersed in the Jade Maiden swordplay and Chuanjin swordplay for many years. Later, he used the pure heart of the Jade Maiden swordplay to defeat Jinluan Fuang. In addition, he understood the principle of a heavy sword having no edge. In terms of swordplay, there were only a few people in the world who could beat him. How could the Snow Mountain swordplay compare? Bai Zizai used several fancy moves to get close to Yangguo, but Yangguo just changed the angle of his chopsticks a few times, and all of his moves were blocked, causing Bai Zizai's old face to turn red from embarrassment. However, he was someone who had been famous for decades. He immediately realized that his moves were not his strong point. When he was young, he had a fortuitous encounter that greatly increased his internal energy. That was why he stood out among his peers. There was no need to use his weak points to attack his opponent's strong point. After understanding all of this, he no longer put his swordplay into his chopstick. Instead, he tightly held onto the chopsticks and went straight for the opponent. The two chopsticks touched each other 3 times. Suddenly, there was a cracking sound. The chopsticks in Bai Zizai's hand broke into 4 pieces. 2 pieces fell onto the table. Looking at the broken chopsticks, Bai Zizai was in a trance and couldn't help but ask, "This is impossible. You're so young, how did you train to have such powerful internal energy?" "I trained day and night in front of the sea." Yangguo's internal energy foundation was already very good when he was at the ancient tomb sect. Later, with the help of the divine eagle, he took the gallbladder of the spirit snake, which was able to increase his internal energy. Then, he practiced in the turbulent waters, and his internal energy improved by leaps and bounds. Even Song Qingshu secretly nodded his head. Compared to the last time they parted, Bai Zi's internal energy had increased by a lot. As for Bai Zi's internal energy, it was actually not weaker than Yang Guo's. It was just that his method of using it was a bit too crude. Yang Guo had comprehended the sword intent of the edgeless heavy sword. Just now, he had used the stick word formula, causing most of Bai Zi's internal energy to be wasted. Then, he took the opportunity to break his chopstick. "You're indeed a young hero," Sect Master Jingang said in a low, muffled voice. "However, I've lived in the western regions for a long time and I don't use chopsticks when I eat. Be careful." After he finished speaking, his 5 fingers became like iron claws as they fiercely clawed at Bai Zi's flesh. He had just witnessed the fight between Bai Zi and Yang Guo, so he did not dare to underestimate this young man. He already treated him as an expert of the same level, so he immediately used his special skill, Diamond Finger. Yang Guo took out a chopstick from his right and moved it as fast as lightning. The chopstick trembled a few times as it struck 5 acupuncture points on Sect Master Jingang's palm, wrist, back of hand, perlicue, and the tip of his middle finger. Normal experts would definitely withdraw and dodge in such a situation, but Sect Master Jingang acted as if he did not see it and continued to extend his hand. Yang Guo was stunned. The chopstick had already struck his opponent's acupuncture points, but it felt as if it had landed on metal. He immediately understood that Sect Master Jingang practiced an extremely overbearing martial art. He hastily withdrew his chopstick, but it was already too late. Sect Master Jingang flipped his wrist and tightly grabbed the chopstick in Yang Guo's hand. The chopstick was caught by Yang Guo's diamond finger and instantly shattered into pieces. 520 Yang Guo sighed inwardly. The chopstick had already suffered internal injuries during the fight with Bai Zi's internal energy. Therefore, even if it was protected by his own internal energy, it would not be able to withstand Sect Master Jingang's claw. However, Sect Master Jingang reacted quickly. He tossed the piece of meat in his hand into the air, and the remaining chopstick whipped forward like a bolt of lightning. Yes, it was not a fancy move like a pick or a stab, but a firm and fierce whip, as if it was a steel mace. There was a crisp crack, and the chopstick in Yang Guo's hand was shattered again. However, Sect Master Jingang quickly withdrew his hand behind his back as if he had been scalded by boiling water. Song Qingshu's sharp eyes saw that Sect Master Jingang was rubbing his hand behind his back. His face was scrunched up like a dried orange peel, and it was obvious that he was in great pain from the whip. Yang Guo flicked his finger, and the 2 chopsticks from the bamboo tube flew back into his hand. He then grabbed the piece of meat that was about to fall, looking exceptionally cool and at ease. "Nice!" The people around them cheered. The Mongolians valued heroes the most, and they had initially looked down on Sect Master Jingang when they saw that he looked weak and handsome, but now that they saw that he was able to repel powerful enemies and was still so cool and handsome, they instantly had a good impression of him. Wind Maiden's eyes were filled with little stars, and she kept tugging at Song Qingshu's sleeve. "Master, this young Master Yang is just too handsome, too handsome." Song Qingshu looked around. Not only her and the other Mongolian women, but even Jin Bingyun, who was obviously a cold person, was also looking at Yang Guo with admiration in her eyes, let alone her and the other Mongolian women. How hot-headed did I have to be to snatch a woman from this human-shaped aphrodisiac? Song Qingshu felt a lingering fear when he thought about it. Fortunately, Yang Guo was a little slow when it came to relationship. In addition, Song Qingshu had too many tricks up her sleeves from the future, and she also had to rely on fate to have the opportunity to get between him and Xiao Long Nu. Song Qingshu sighed inwardly when he thought about Xiao Long Nu. Although the 2 of them had become close enough after going through so many things, they still could not take the final step. Moreover, it was obvious that she was intentionally avoiding him. It was obvious that she still could not completely let go of Yang Guo. "I feel like I'm playing with fire." At first, Song Qingshu was quite confident, but after witnessing Yang Guo's charm once again, he really began to worry about his personal gains and losses. At this moment, Taoist priest Baixing said sinisterly, "Since you're giving up this piece of beef, I'll eat it." After a few rounds of sparring earlier, he knew that this young man was one of the best in terms of inner force and martial arts. However, he had lost an arm after all, so he was naturally at a disadvantage in this aspect. Therefore, he reached out with both hands, one to snatch the beef, and the other to attack where his arm was cut off. "This guy is really shameless." Song Qingshu was secretly disdainful. It was no wonder that he and the Vajra faction master seemed to be getting weaker and weaker in the beginning. They could only use 70% to 80% of their original cultivation. At the end of the day, it was because they were lacking in spirit. Which of these Grandmaster experts was not proud and self-respecting? However, not only were these two willing to be lackeys, but they were also despicable, shameless, and had no bottom line in everything they did. When one's martial arts reached a certain level, the role of one's mentality became very important. This was also why, even among experts of the same level, some could fight one against many, while others could only bully them with numbers. However, Song Qingshu had wrongly blamed the two. The Vajra faction master and Taoist priest Baixing had fallen to such a state largely because of him. They had been defeated by him at such a young age, so no matter how arrogant they would still be beaten to the point of questioning their own lives. Grandmaster experts had to overcome a martial arts barrier. Back at the Battle of Yanmen Pass, Xiao Yuanshan's martial arts had far surpassed Murongbo's. In the end, he had hidden in the Shaolin Temple to secretly learn secret manuals for decades, but Murongbo had caught up to him until he was at the same level. Chapter 23-23. Even so, Taoist Baixing's cultivation was still there. His attacks were so cold that the onlookers couldn't help but take a few steps back to avoid being caught in the crossfire. "You're too despicable. You know that Brother Yang has lost an arm and you're still attacking here." The green-clothed Miss Gongsun panicked. Taoist Baixing had lived for decades and his old face had been tempered to be thicker than the city walls. Hearing this, he laughed brightly. "I see Brother Yang as an equal opponent, so of course I'll use my full strength to show my respect. If Brother Yang thinks it's inappropriate, then I'll only use one arm." Yang Guo was a proud and aloof person, so he snorted coldly. "No need." As he said this, he moved to the side. His empty sleeve was like a spirit snake, instantly wrapping around Taoist Baixing's attacking palm. Song Qingshu couldn't help but admire Yang Guo's intelligence and wisdom. His self-created, sad Zaohen palm was really unique. It also made full use of his sleeves, body, and leg techniques to avoid the disadvantage of having his hand broken. Taoist Baixing felt as if his palm had hit a ball of cotton. He wanted to pull his hand back and fling away his opponent's sleeve. Who knew that there would suddenly be a surge of powerful inner strength from the sleeve? He didn't dare to be careless and quickly used his Xian Ming holy palm to counter it. Both of them shook, one hand and one sleeve, and just like that, they were in a deadlock. The Xian Ming holy palm's cold poison originally gave him an advantage in a contest of inner strength. But Yang Guo's inner strength, which he had trained in the tides, was even more ferocious. For a moment, neither of them could do anything to the other. Taoist Baixing was afraid of his opponent's inner strength and didn't dare to use his Xian Ming holy palm at full strength. He was worried that the cold poison would be reflected back and hurt him. So he put the victory on his other hand. His palm turned quickly, but it didn't go straight for the beef. With a whoosh, it chopped down towards Yang Guo's wrist. Yang Guo's arm didn't move. He held his chopsticks upright and shook a few more times. Taoist Baixing suddenly felt the tip of the chopsticks touch the web between his thumb and forefinger. He quickly pulled back. Yang Guo's chopstick turned back, still holding the beef. He struck the pressure points with the chopstick, Extremely fast, after a few shakes, the beef did not fall. Everyone around could see that in that moment, the two had exchanged several stances. Yanggua's chopsticks were extremely fast, but Taoist priest Bai Shen was able to pull his hand back and dodge in the nick of time. His martial arts were really good. Taoist 100 damage became more and more anxious after launching a series of attacks that were silently dealt with by Chen Shi. He'd made a name for himself for a few dozen years, yet he was now tied with a junior, and it was truly embarrassing. The two light chopsticks in his opponent's hands were as heavy as Mount Tai, and he didn't dare to take them head-on every time. Feeling that he's at a disadvantage fighting with his bare hands, Taoist Bai Shen suddenly grabbed a pair of chopsticks from the side and grabbed the piece of beef. He's been fighting with his bare hands all this time, and Yang Guo was mainly defending against his attacks. He didn't expect him to suddenly rush towards the beef. In just a split second, the opponent had actually defeated him. However, he reacted quickly. With a flick of his wrist, a strange force surged out and moved the piece of beef back towards him. Seeing the piece of beef move a few inches towards Yang Guo, and then move a few inches towards Taoist Baishuang. The beef was covered in a layer of frost one moment, and then it gave off wisps of hot air the next. The surrounding people were full of admiration. Clearly, everyone understood that the two were using extremely profound inner strength to fight. However, in comparison, everyone admired Yang Guo more. Internal energy is the most important thing. He's so young, yet he's able to fight evenly with Taoist priest Bai Shen, who's had internal energy for decades. It's really shocking. At this time, Jin Bingyun's red lips moved slightly. Both of you are His Highness's guests. This competition is just to liven things up. If there's any death or injury in a fight of internal energy, it wouldn't be good. Kublai also came out to smooth things over. That's right, I've already seen everyone's high-level martial arts, please stop now. As His Highness commands. These words were exactly what Taoist priest Bai Shen wanted. In a fight of internal energy, if they weren't careful, they'd either die or be injured. He and Yang Guo didn't have any irreconcilable grudges, so there was no need to make things like this. Yang Guo obviously had the same thoughts. The two of them very tacitly retracted their internal energy. Why are there so many people fighting over a piece of meat? Is it really that delicious? When he said the first word, it felt like the person was a bit far away, but when he said the last word, it sounded like he was right next to their ears. This person's speed was truly rare. A shadow flashed by the door. A person reached out and snatched the piece of fat beef from the two people's chopsticks. He put it into his mouth and started chewing. This time, everyone was shocked. They all stood up at the same time and looked at the person. It was an old man with white hair and a white beard. His face was glowing, and he was smiling from ear to ear. They saw him sit on the carpet on the floor. His left hand brushed aside his white beard, and his right hand shoved the piece of beef into his mouth. Taoist priest Bai Shen thought back to what had just happened. Although he and Yang Guo had both retracted their internal energy, this old man was able to snatch the piece of beef from their hands so easily. The technique he used was really shocking. Yang Guo smiled and said, "So it's Senior Zhou." Song Qingshu also recognized him. It was the old urchin Zhou Batong. The last time he saw him on Beating the Drum Mountain, he saw him walking with Hong Qigong. 2 days ago, he thought it was strange that he only saw Hong Qigong and not Zhou Batong. He didn't think that just as he spoke of the devil, he would appear. Pft, pft, pft. It's cold and hot at the same time. The meat is a mess. Why is this beef so disgusting? Zhou Batong quickly spat out the piece of beef in his mouth. At this time, the guards of the palace had already caught up with him. They shouted, "Capture him!" 4 spears were already aimed at his chest. Zhou Batong stretched out his left hand and grabbed the 4 spearheads. He said to the side, "Yang Guo, bring me some good beef. I'm starving." The 4 Mongolian soldiers used all their strength to push forward, but they didn't budge. They immediately tried to pull back, but their faces were red. The 4 spears seemed to have been forged into an iron mountain, and couldn't be pulled back even half an inch. They didn't turn around. Yangwa hesitated for a moment, then picked up the plate of beef and flew it over to him. He said, "Please eat." Zhou Batong raised his right hand and placed it in front of his chest. Suddenly, a piece of beef jumped up and flew into his mouth, as if it had come to life. Everyone in the room was amused by this and thought he was doing magic. They all cheered. Jinluan Fuang and the other skilled fighters knew that he was using his palm to push a piece of beef out of the plate. If a normal person used their strength to hit the plate, they would be able to make the piece of beef jump up, but the meat would be sent flying and the juices would be dripping. It was impossible to make the pieces of beef jump up one by one. The strength of this person's palm had reached a level where he could do it with ease. The people at the banquet knew that they couldn't do it, and they couldn't help but be in awe of him. Kublai said, "Brother Yang, is this old urchin your friend?" Though Yang Gua knew that Zhou Buodong's martial arts were great, he also knew that there were many skilled fighters in the room. There were also many Mongolian warriors. If they all attacked him, Zhou Batong would be in danger. He said, "That's right, this old urchin is a friend of mine. He's quite famous in the Central Plains. People call him the old urchin Zhou Batong. If he's your friend, then he's my friend too." Kublai saw that Yang Gua's martial arts were great and wanted to recruit him. He waved his hand at the Mongolian warriors. The 4 Mongolian warriors felt as if they had been pardoned. They couldn't take back their spears, but they didn't dare to let go. The Mongolian military law was very strict. Abandoning one's weapon in battle was a crime punishable by death. They were lucky that their highness had spoken, otherwise they wouldn't have known what to do. Why are they leaving? Zhou Batong saw this and threw the spears on the floor. In a short while, he had finished the entire plate of beef. But he wasn't satisfied. He waved his right hand and the plate flew up into the air. It drew an arc in the air and flew straight towards a plate of roast lamb. The plate flew towards him and the empty plate spun a few times on the table, then stopped. He was using the Tai Chi force. It was like a Tai Chi diagram that kept on going down and down. If he threw the plate in an open space, it would go around him. It was not difficult to use this kind of force, and there were many people who were good at illusionary techniques who were good at this skill. The difficulty was to control the force perfectly, so that the empty plate would stop and another plate of food would be delivered to his hand. Even Song Qingshu admired Zhou Batong. Zhou Buodong's training was from the orthodox Xianmen sect, and for several decades, he had mastered the 9-yin manual. In terms of finesse, perhaps even Song Qingshu could not compare to him. Zhou Batong laughed and was very proud of himself. He used the force in his palms and pieces of roast lamb jumped up into the air. He ate all the meat on the plate. He then looked at Yang Guo and asked, "Hey, where's Xiaolong Nu? Why isn't she with you?" Before Yang Guo had time to answer, he answered his own question again. "Oh, I seem to remember. I heard from the old beggar that Song Qingshu seemed to have stolen Xiaolong Nu. Speaking of which, this is a good thing. Congratulations." Chapter 23-24. Song Qingshu couldn't help but rub his nose. This matter had already spread far and wide. He didn't expect Hong Qigong, a guy with thick eyebrows and big eyes, to be so gossipy behind his back. Hearing the old urchin's words, Yang Guo immediately flew into a rage. "Old urchin, I thought of you as a friend. Why are you insulting me like this? Why are you angry?" The old urchin scratched his ears and cheeks in confusion. "I didn't insult you. I congratulated you because I thought of you as a friend." Yang Guo suppressed his anger and coldly said, "I lost my aunt. What's there to be happy about?" The old kid grinned and moved closer to him. "What's so good about women? They all look disgusting and mean a lot of trouble. It's so free to play alone like me. Brother Yang, you'll know the benefits of being alone after you get used to it. Yang Guo finally understood what he meant. Thinking of the old urchin's usual incoherent way of talking, he didn't take it to heart. My aunt is different from other women. The old urchin nodded in agreement. Then he pulled Yang Guo's sleeve and said, Xiaolong Nu is indeed different from other women. She's much more fun. Even though I've learned most of her bee controlling skills, I can't learn how to sleep on a rope. Yang Guo, do you have any tricks? Yang Guo's breath caught in his throat. I don't know either. Xiaolong Nu's special sleeping position could only be achieved by someone with a pure heart. Even an innocent person like the old urchin couldn't do it, let alone someone with a clever heart like him. Thinking of the time they spent together in the ancient tomb and the beautiful figure on the rope, Yang Guo felt a pain in his heart. He felt the air in his body churning, and he almost spat out blood. The girl in green hurriedly patted his back and comforted him. Brother Yang, don't be angry. Zhou Batong finally noticed the girl next to him. He winked and smiled. Yang Guo, you're not a good person either. You were just asking about Xiaolong Nu, and now you're spending the night with Miss Gongsun. You'd better buy me over. Otherwise, the next time I see Xiaolong Nu, I'll complain about you. He had been to the unrequited Love Valley before, so he naturally recognized the other party. Song Qingshu nodded his head. It looked like this girl in green was Gongsun Lu. Thinking about the girl who died for Yang Guo in the original novel, he couldn't help but sigh. He hoped that the two of them would have a happy ending in this world. However, when he recalled the expression on the other party's face when he mentioned Xiaolong Nu, he knew that this matter would be difficult. Sure enough, Yang Guo smiled mournfully. Why would Gu Gu care about such things now? Feeling his emotions, Zhou Batong scratched his head in annoyance. Every time I hear you talk about love, I feel uncomfortable. At this moment, Jean Bingyan stepped forward and said, Junior greets Senior Zhou. With her looks, even if she didn't move from her seat, she would still be the center of attention. However, she was Pang Ban's disciple after all. Many people were afraid of Pang Ban's reputation and didn't dare to act too rashly. But now that she had walked out, they could openly and greedily look at her slender body. You're quite pretty. Zhou Batong turned around and looked at her. Even though he didn't know much about the world, he still felt that she was pleasing to the eye. What, senior? Am I that old? Just call me Zhou Batong. Looking at his head of white hair, even Jean Bingyan didn't know how to respond. She changed the topic. I heard you mention Song Qingshu just now. Are you talking about the Golden Snake King, Song Qingshu? The noisy hall instantly quieted down, and even Kubilai perked up his ears. It was clear that Song Qingshu had suddenly risen to power in the Central Plains and had become a force that even he could not ignore. Song Qingshu looked at Jean Bingyan curiously. Why was this woman asking about him? Who else but him? The old urchin shuddered. But this nickname is too ugly. The next time we meet, I must make him change it. The old urchin is most afraid of snakes. Thinking back to the time when he was teased by the Western poison Ouyang Feng with his snake formation, he felt uncomfortable all over. Are you familiar with him? You can just make him change his nickname? Jean Bingyun had already figured out his personality and didn't purposely call him senior anymore. Cola literature, he and I. Zhou Batong stuttered, but when he saw the people around him looking at him, his eyes rolled, and he immediately patted his chest and said, Of course I know him very well, he even taught me the bamboo bird that flies in the sky. Song Qingshu couldn't help but laugh. How are we familiar? But hearing him talk about this, he vaguely remembered that he saw him and Huang Rong when they were gliding. Bamboo birds that can fly? Like kites? Kubilai couldn't help but ask. Back then, when the Golden Knife Prince helped the Khan conquer Samarkand, he used something similar. How can it be a kite? Do you think I can't even tell a kite apart? Zhou Batong was displeased and bragged about what he saw that day. He made it sound like a celestial being had descended to the mortal world. Even Song Qingshu felt embarrassed. "Senior, can you teach us how to make this paper bird?" Kublai asked eagerly. As a famous general, he naturally knew how important this kind of thing was. Zhou Batong looked embarrassed. "Unfortunately, I didn't learn it." Song Qingshu was speechless. "I didn't teach you anything. I didn't think that this guy was also someone who liked to brag. Based on what you said, then Song Qingshu probably knows how to make it." Jean Bingyun blinked as if she was deep in thought. "Of course." Zhou Batong nodded. Jean Bingyun couldn't help but sigh. This Prince Song is so young, but not only is his martial arts unparalleled, he's also built such a large empire. He even has so many strange ideas. Could he really be a celestial being that descended to the mortal world? Hearing this, Yanggua became even more depressed. He picked up the cup of horse milk wine in front of him and drank it all in one gulp. Zhou Batong walked around Jean Bingyun and looked her up and down, making her feel extremely uncomfortable. "Is there something wrong with my body?" "That's not it. I was just thinking about what the old beggar told me about Song being the devil of all women. No woman could resist his charm. At first, I didn't quite understand, but now that I see you like this, I kind of understand what's going on." Zhou Batong turned to Yanggua and said, "This girl hasn't even seen Song, yet she's already like this. Brother Yang, it's not wrong for you to lose." Cough, cough. Yanggua couldn't hold it in any longer and a trickle of blood leaked out from the corner of his mouth. Gongsun Lui hurriedly took out a handkerchief to wipe it off and glared at Zhou Batong. "Old urchin, can you not speak nonsense?" Song Qingshu was also a bit apologetic. He walked over to hold Yanggua's hand and used his internal energy to help him recover. "I'm afraid that Brother Yang's martial arts can't withstand great emotions. I hope that you'll pay more attention to it." Yanggua looked at him with some surprise. "Thank you." Jinlu and Fuang looked at the two of them suspiciously, deep in thought. Even though Jean Bingyun usually had a calm expression on her face, she couldn't help but blush when she heard this in front of everyone. "Senior, you're mistaken. It's just that my master is a bit curious about that Prince Song, so I'm helping him find out." Only then did the people around them feel relieved. How could the goddess in everyone's hearts be moved so easily? But then they thought about how even the evil master Pangban was interested in Song Qingshu. Could it be that that person was really that strong? Song Qingshu was also shocked. It looked like he had been too ostentatious these past few years. Perhaps it wasn't just Pangban, but his name was also on Temujin's radar. In this world, staying low was the way to go. Zhou Batong had been messing around for a while, and now he was getting bored. He said, "Little girl, you asked me quite a few questions just now it's my turn to ask you." Jean Bingyun smiled slightly. "What would Mr. Zhou like to ask?" You're tuning in to the Phoenix Nights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.